The Mad King spent his life tormented by dark spirits. He's been a hunter and tournament player for years. He was getting worse. His life was in danger, but then a girl came into his life. She's been wanting to get away from her tyrant father for a long time, and it just so happens they found each other.
He chose a wife with superpowers who saved his life and will solve his problems forever. The week before,
It all started with the fact that in a past life, the girl sees and says things that seem strange to other people. She was complained about to the teacher more than once. The woman was very strict in this regard. She considered her some kind of crazy child who watched too many cartoons and believed in incomprehensible things. The girl told that there were some creatures around, but at some point, everyone got tired of it. Every day the same thing. Everyone turned away from her. Friends, classmates, adults. Marie was like an outcast and often closed herself off because no one understood her, and she was so alone. Some even tried to give it to some shaman, but fortunately it didn't come to that and everyone forgot about it very quickly. The more the girl said that she saw someone, the more negativity she received. And the biggest problem is that Mari was abandoned by her parents at birth. And since then, she has seen things she shouldn't have seen. She was taken in by her grandmother, who earned her living by doing dirty work. Naturally, the woman hated her life and treated the child in much the same way. At an age approaching adulthood, a girl wakes up early one morning and feels that something is happening. Some creature lifts her from the bed and drags her into some water, while Mari is already in the body of another person. Then she felt like she wanted to drown herself. She didn't even resist, and she heard the one who was pulling her hand calling her Hailey. The girl doesn't understand anything. At first she thought it was a very realistic dream, but then she realized that it was like some kind of rebirth and at the same time a farewell to a past life. Finding herself at depth underwater instead of trying to save herself, to float to the surface, it turned out to be very comfortable there. The girl felt harmony, and from then on she didn't care what would happen next. It doesn't matter what awaits her in the future, because whatever happens, it will definitely be better than everything that came before. It's interesting to know why the rebirth happens in water, because she could have just woken up in a new reality. At least that's usually how it happens in books. When suddenly all this water dissolves, she finds herself in some room, and with each passing moment, she hears better and better how someone is addressing her. A couple of seconds, and here Hailey is already in another world. But unfortunately, everything starts somehow not so well. You have to resist, and she still doesn't have any strength. Meanwhile, the girl regains her memory as far as she understood. This man is her father. He is a duke, and his name is Duncan. It's a pity that in this life, everything started this way. Someone is yelling at her again, getting indignant, and so far, nothing good has happened. Some guy comes into the room. He smiles slightly and says that he sees something really rare. He could never have imagined that in this family, children were raised in such a cruel way, and now he saw it with his own eyes. The Duke immediately let his daughter go. He was angry because if rumors started about this, he could say goodbye to his reputation forever. The man addressed him as His Majesty, which means the guy is a respected person and may even be higher in status than the Duke himself. And then the guy asked to leave him and the girl alone, and judging by the words, Hailey is his fiancée. The thing is, when the real Hailey told him how cruelly her father treated her, he never believed it, but now he saw it with his own eyes and no longer speaks to him as politely as usual. The guy is not going to repeat several times. He asked him to leave. He just kept silent and left them alone. Hailey started to have some more memories. She realized that she was going to get married to this man soon, and also, he was the king of this country. We can conclude that her life will definitely not be boring. On the contrary, now she will miss silence and solitude. She has never seen so many vengeful spirits. She doesn't even want to imagine what he did to make so many people attached to him, and he is still very young. After that, Hailey started shaking all over, even bowing to him, although it was not necessary at all. They are a couple after all, and he came to help her. Moreover, the girl has never seen so many spirits near one person. Now she is afraid to approach him, and even more so, to say that she sees them. He asked her to stop shaking, to finally stand up and look him in the eyes. She usually never behaved like that around him. Right after that, the girl learned something very interesting. Just a couple of days ago, when they were supposed to have a wedding ceremony, the real Hailey ran away and passed away, which caused a huge scandal, and now he must have a lot of questions for her. Since the girl survived, She must explain why she ran away and why she wanted to die. Now she has a lot of thoughts in her head. How to explain everything. How he treats me. Does she want revenge? Because after the bride ran away from the wedding, this probably had a very bad effect on his reputation, and he has every right to perceive her as a traitor. The situation is not easy, but nothing can be done. There is no way back. We will have to make do as best we can. In order not to waste time, the king wants to ask just a couple of questions that have been bothering him for the second day. He wonders if this marriage was so unbearable that she decided to leave this world, and if it was impossible to just refuse and part ways, remaining friends. He demands an answer right away. He doesn't like to ask twice, and she, more than anyone, should know about it. And in the meantime, memories from the life of the real Hailey have not all appeared, and the girl has no idea what to tell him about it. It seems to her that since the bride runs away from the wedding, it means that she really didn't like something. She answered him with universal words that really, she was not happy with something and she couldn't stand it anymore. And then he suggested that the reason she might have run away from him might be because of some other man who interested her more than he did. The girl knows for sure that nothing like that happened, but at the same time, she is afraid that since he is already thinking about it, it will be almost impossible to convince him or explain anything to him. It turns out that the guy is not angry about this at all. In fact, he doesn't care at all whether she has some man in her heart. He would even gladly support her, but the king can't afford to go down in history as an even more sinister king. Sounds good, but it's not clear what he means by that. Hailey doesn't understand anything. She tries to react normally and also feels that she can expect anything from him. Meanwhile, he says that he thinks she should live longer than she wants, but if she is really destined to die, then it should happen on one condition. She must be wearing a crown at that moment. It turns out that the wedding cannot be avoided. He will still make her his wife, and after that, any decision she makes. The girl realized that she was again doomed to problems and no peace, and even less happiness. This second life could not be expected. In the past, when she started living with the grandmother who took her in, the girl somehow found out that she was a famous shaman. Although the woman tried to hide it, over time she failed. Grandma was very careful, trying to avoid any trouble with spirits. She was even very picky about visitors and very taciturn. She always told her to avoid water, and Marie knew there was a big meaning in that, although she didn't understand it right away. The girl thought that her first life was difficult, but now she realized that it was something like training before the main tests. Now she is surrounded by hundreds of spirits whom she must never look into the eyes under any circumstances. After he proposed to her, so to speak, for the second time, Hailey asked if she could ask just one question. What would happen if she wanted to refuse and ran away from the wedding a second time? To which he said that since the wedding was postponed because the bride allegedly caught a bad case of flu, if she refused, it would look like she caught a terrible disease, and in the end, to make it believable for people, he would be forced to destroy her. For a guy, reputation is very important. He won't survive it if she openly says that she doesn't want to marry him, especially during the ceremony. It's a very unfair choice. He says so himself. But that's life. You just have to come to terms with it. The more he starts talking about it, the more she starts to close herself off and is afraid of making him angry. The king even starts to joke that now it's her turn to answer, and really at the next ceremony, she will run to jump into the water again. But this time, according to him, nothing will work out. The girl thought that this was a question that wasn't even worth thinking about. She wanted to live, and this time everything had to be different. She wants to try to make herself happy, at least as much as possible, even if she has to marry him. She even swore that she would wear this crown for a day and tell everyone around her what a wonderful husband he is, and that this is the best gift from the universe, and that she doesn't need anything else besides him. He really wanted to believe it, although after what she did to him, it all seemed like nothing more than empty promises. In the end, everything ended very calmly. No one quarreled, the king even smiles, and that's the main thing. Right after they had discussed everything, the guy asked his assistant to call Duke Duncan to tell him something. Here they are all in one room. The girl's father has already apologized several times for what the king saw recently, although it is no longer important. Since they are now in the Duke's house, the owner of the estate does not like that the king dares to behave here like a master. This is exactly what the man is thinking about now. The king had long noticed the displeasure on his face, but it didn't matter to him, and in order not to waste anyone's time, he warned that his daughter would soon become queen, and that she just agreed to it herself. The guy didn't even ask what the man thought about it. He just presented it as a fact. That's his style. Right after that, the most interesting part began. The guy returned to the way his father treated her and made it clear that since the girl would soon become his wife, this meant that she was no longer someone he could treat as he pleased, and if he wanted to raise his hand to her again, he will have to deal with him. And this is no joke. The Duke knows firsthand how dangerous it is to anger the king and how it usually ends. At that moment, the girl felt herself under reliable protection and even stopped paying attention to the spirits. I'm very curious how the man will react to this. Although he doesn't really have a choice, the guy still expects some kind of answer from him. Hailey senses evil energy from the king. It's not something a normal person can handle. She knows she doesn't know much about him, but it seems he's much more cruel than you might think. Something else interesting happened at that moment when she was looking very closely at the groom. Some spirits asked him to destroy the Duke, but he held back, although usually a person would go crazy and would not be able to do his own thing. It is incomprehensible to her how he can deal with them so easily, because there are a huge number of them, and he is alone, and this is amazing. Meanwhile, he comes up to her, takes her hand and helps her to her feet, and maybe they won't even say goodbye. She started waiting for some words from him, but he had already planned everything for a long time and thought that while people thought that she had a serious flu, they could wait about 4 days and start the ceremony again. He even called her his beloved, kissed her hand, and from the outside it looked very romantic, if you don't take into account everything that makes them different from other couples. The Duke still hasn't said anything about this. He has no words because, obviously, even if he doesn't really want this marriage, it won't affect anything. Everything will be as the king decides. The guy is so mysterious that it will take a long time to get to know him, to keep an eye on him. Usually it takes several years, but for them everything will pass in a couple of days. This is what distinguishes them. One can only hope that everything will be fine between them, that the girl will be safe and will not regret marrying him. Maybe everything will be better than she thinks. Maybe the king is cruel. Who knows? Maybe he will make her the happiest, and Hailey will never want to leave him again. She behaves this way because all this is simply very unusual. She sees these people for the first time. What is it worth just being in the presence of 1,000 spirits? On the one hand, the girl admires her fiancé. Not everyone is lucky enough to marry kings. But on the other hand, his energy is too dark, and this confuses her the most. Maybe he is a good person, but somewhere deep down inside, he shows it very rarely, only to those who deserve it. She can't wait to get to know him better, have a heart-to-heart talk, and become not just husband and wife, but real partners who in the future will be able to find an approach to each other, and after a while will not be able to imagine life alone. She wants to know him from all sides, to know his weaknesses, his strengths, what hurt him, both physically and mentally. Being his wife, she wants to achieve absolute trust and understanding, as it should be in a normal relationship. Naturally, he will resist for a long time. He will not be able to quickly begin to trust. It is a long way, but it is worth it, and now 4 days have flown by. It has passed like one moment, and the long-awaited wedding day has arrived. No one could have imagined that the wedding would actually take place. Some are expecting that something will go wrong again, but so far everything is fine. Nothing is canceled. Most people don't understand the Duke who gave his daughter to the king, and all this gossip the girl hears right now. She sits in her place, waits for her groom, and tries to get to the bottom of at least some memories. But it doesn't work out. The girl still knows little about the owner of this body. Hailey's memories are very incomplete and full of gaps, but she can say for sure that the king had already tried twice to conclude a marriage of convenience, and the only condition he demanded was, it was a small, noble family, not striving for power. The king did not want to create a powerful relative and thought everything through to the smallest detail. According to people, his first bride died in an accident, and the second from poison, and only with the third did the king finally achieve success. But only the girl knows that the third one was also unsuccessful. The real Hailey jumped into the water and people don't know this and think that the girl just got sick. Meanwhile, the door opens. The groom enters her room. Now it's even hard to say which of them looks better. The guy has put a lot of effort into his appearance and asked her right from the start if she is ready to accept the fact that from today, she is joining the royal family. Now, her home is not where she was born and raised, but in his mansion, and he really wants to hope that she will live there her whole life with him in sorrow and in joy. Naturally, I had to reciprocate. She began to say that she was already imagining their life together and wanted everything to be wonderful as she dreamed. Even though the guy acts quite confidently, the girl feels that he is a little worried normally. Surprisingly, there are no evil spirits around him today. There is a pleasant and bright atmosphere around him, and probably he did something about it. Maybe he cleared his energy in advance so that nothing would interfere with the wedding, for which he was prepared very responsibly, like for nothing else in his life. And then she starts to look at him closely. His facial features are already more pleasant than they seemed before, and she doesn't even know what it's connected with. The girl even envies his beauty. If she turned into a guy, she would want to look about the same as him. She can't even believe that he will become her husband, but she is confused by the fact that the real Hailey tried so hard to escape from him that she was even ready to leave this life. What is so terrible about him that she doesn't know yet? But for now, we can only guess about it. Some awkward situation arose. The girl thought about the first night after the wedding. Usually at this moment, the newlyweds spend time together, but how this will happen for them is still unclear. She even felt when her face started to turn red. Hailey said that she was very nervous because she had never married anyone before, and this was a very important moment in her life. And then, out of the blue, a conflict arises. Against the backdrop of all these worries and nerves, they begin to raise their tone and speak far from nicely. Even she allows herself to speak in a not very appropriate manner, but she immediately apologized for it before it was too late. Hailey hasn't felt so shy in a long time. She doesn't even want to go out to the guests to catch all these looks on herself and wouldn't mind holding the ceremony in private so that there would be as few people as possible. She wasn't even afraid to say it out loud. But the king can't do anything about it. That's the way it is. She'll just have to endure it. The only thing he can tell her is to just behave naturally and not try to please anyone, because the main thing is that he likes her and he takes her as his wife, and everything else is unimportant. Just think what would have happened if the groom had shown his excitement, but he is simply used to hiding his emotions, and that is very good. Now they could quarrel, hate each other, change their minds about going to the ceremony, and not only. Meanwhile, the assistant knocks on the door, warns that there are a couple of minutes left before the exit, and asks them to get ready to go out to people. The king decided not to give her even these few minutes. He immediately asked her to get up from the sofa and go out into the hall, because the faster it all starts, the faster it will end. Hailey wasn't ready for this. She needed time, and he just wouldn't give it to her, as if he didn't understand how important it was. The girl thought, okay, I won't spoil his mood. I would have had to go out there anyway, and he's probably right. The sooner all this starts, the sooner it will end. She took his hand. They put on their crowns, even rehearsed their smiles, and calmly went out to the people who were already waiting for them. She feels so unaccustomed to wearing heels and in such a fluffy dress. Usually her style is a little different. However, her gait and manner of behavior immediately changed. The girl felt like a princess and wondered if it was time to appear in dresses more often. It has a very strong effect on her mood, and while she was thinking about it on the way to the altar, she felt some strange wind. At first, she didn't understand where it came from, but after it, there was an energy that couldn't be described in ordinary words. Hailey clearly understands that she is the only one feeling this, and no one else sees anything unusual. A spirit appeared in the hall, and on a white horse, the girl raised her head up and couldn't understand what it meant. On the one hand, it was very beautiful, but on the other hand, the fact that it was a spirit made her very wary. She had never felt such a strong energy in her life, and only with time did she realize that this was not an ordinary spirit at all. It was something much more significant. The girl doesn't even hear that someone is talking to her. She is as if fascinated by this sight, and it's very good that she stopped in time. It's better not to show that she sees something that others don't. Otherwise, everything will go wrong again and not go according to plan. She quickly came to her senses and stopped looking up, although it was very difficult and even unbearably difficult. The groom noticed this almost immediately. He even asked her not to be distracted by anything. Otherwise, everyone's mood would be spoiled. She is already starting to dislike this strange and frightening world. Vengeful spirits roam everywhere here, and it is very distracting. The girl understands that she needs to be careful. She needs to concentrate only on what brings benefit and joy, but it doesn't always work out. Some time has passed since the ceremony. They are already husband and wife, and instead of being together, the king is sitting with his friend in some room and discussing what he expects from this relationship. A friend asks what he thinks about her, but the king doesn't answer. It's as if he's not sure about this girl. After all, she's from the Duncan family. This friend is the head of the Royal Knights. His name is Jade. They often discuss personal issues with him or just talk about little things if there is nothing to do. The king says that maybe it seems to him, but everything seems not as clear as he initially thought. Jade, why did you start to connect the two deaths of the previous brides and the father of this girl as if it could be his doing? Surprisingly, the king never thought about it, and in fact, his friend's suspicion sounds very logical. It is possible that in an attempt to marry his daughter to the king, the Duke could well have been capable of such a terrible act, and given his character, it would not cost him anything to dispose of the lives of other people for his own benefit. But on the other hand, the relationship between father and daughter is very bad, and it is unlikely that he would help her so much, risking his reputation and freedom. In any case, it is worth looking into. But there is one very important point. If the girl had been alone with her father, and if this had been their common plan, it is unlikely that she would have stayed to run away from the wedding and jump into the lake to leave this life. It is clear that suspicion will be assessed by someone who will not remove it. The king asked to keep an eye on the Duncan family. You never know. Something interesting might appear. Everything would have been fine, but then he asked for one more thing, to find a way to use Hailey Duncan for his own interests, which means that there can be no talk of any love. The king is simply looking for benefits in this relationship. Right after that, the assistant reminded that it was time to hurry up for the first wedding night. The gentleman did not mind and asked to pour the last glass to set the mood. For some reason, the friend was very concerned that the gentleman should not be too harsh with his wife. But the guy responded to this very rudely, hinting that this was only his business and his personal life, which did not concern anyone. According to him, his wife is just a pawn who should help him with something and be under strict control. Suddenly, he understood everything. He realized that there was no point in interfering here anymore. They have their own rules, and probably, since they got married, then everyone is happy with everything. Then the king left and asked not to follow him. Although he never explained why such secrecy, the friend is a little offended that before they could talk about anything and freely, and now he can no longer give advice. Something is clearly happening to the king lately. At first, his wife noticed that there were no evil spirits with him. Then suddenly she saw that he was somehow different and no one knew what was wrong. For many years, the king has suffered from a nervous disorder and severe insomnia. As the symptoms worsened, rumors began to circulate that the king was going crazy. And now the situation has reached the point that he has stopped sleeping altogether. Meanwhile, he is already walking down the corridor, enjoying his normal state, when suddenly, out of the blue, everything becomes noticeably worse. Bad energy seems to be attracted by a magnet, gets attached to it, and immediately a headache begins, which is impossible to bear without pills. He tried to walk faster, but it doesn't help. The spirits attack him, and it's a pity that the freedom didn't last even one day. They left for a short time, and now they returned at the most unexpected moment. Today, his condition was as never before, quite normal, and it is very offensive to return to all this after a wonderful day. And in the meantime, the girl is already waiting for him in the room. She felt that he would come to her and would not ignore this night. It's a pity that at the time when she begins to see him as a wonderful person, begins to see the good in him, the king is simply using her and is going to use her for a very long time. Hailey tried. She chose very beautiful pajamas, even updated her hair, and now she sits motionless, waiting for her husband, who has not yet arrived. She never wore such revealing clothes because she always hid in a remote village and tried not to attract unnecessary attention to herself. Meanwhile, he enters the room, and from the first second, Hailey sees these spirits that ruined all her harmony. He also complains of a headache. Everything was supposed to happen romantically, but apparently nothing like that will happen. It's all too suspicious. There shouldn't be so many spirits appearing. After all, he wasn't on the battlefield or in any bad places to pick up these creatures. She was even afraid to come too close to him. You never know. Maybe they would switch to her or realize that she sees them too. The guy sat down next to her on the couch. He didn't even say hello. He's suffering from a headache, and overall, the situation is too awkward. She would like to help him, but she understands that she is absolutely powerless in this situation. No pills will help here. She can see how he suffers. How he suffers. Hailey even thought about not talking to him so that it doesn't get even worse. The girl quickly changed her mind. She decided that as a wife, she was obliged to support her husband, even if he reacted rudely to this and ordered her to shut up. He is almost absorbed by bad energy. She feels it very well and even begins to feel bad herself. Although this is only a drop of what he is experiencing now. And then something amazing happened. It notices that the more it touches him and the more it talks to him, the guy somehow changes, and it seems like it only makes him feel better. He is silent, does not react in any way. Beads of sweat appear on him, but Hailey is sure that she needs to continue in the same spirit. He even fell on her feet as if he fell asleep, but does that mean that the bad energy is leaving his body? Which is very good. It's too early to rejoice. He doesn't say anything, but it's already better than it was. At least there is the fact that when she is next to him, he feels better, much better. And while he was lying on her, she had a moment to admire the beautiful features of his face. She had never seen such a beautiful nose and chin. It was just a pity that this was just a pretty picture. But inside, everything was completely different. And the sooner she understands this, the better it will be for her. This is not the kind of person you need to fall head over heels in love with, but everything has its time, and she will definitely understand this someday. Just think about his psyche. When a person sees all these spirits every day, he hears their voices and has to pretend that nothing is happening, especially around people. The girl sees them only sometimes, but he sees, hears, and even suffers because of them every day. It's just awful. Hailey remembered that before her death, her grandmother told her that if you sense spirits, then they will sense you. And if you contact that world, they will also influence your life. So never do that. She wants so much to help him, to understand the situation, to learn something if only he would feel better. The girl had never thought about anything like that before. But now being a wife, she believes that it is her direct responsibility to help him in everything and always. He is now like a small child who is sick and can't do anything without his mother. And she is like a mother who is literally torn apart from the inside by how her child is suffering now, and that she can't do anything about it because of her inexperience. The girl always knew that messing with ghosts was fraught with trouble, but as a reward, just this once, she would help him and do everything possible and impossible. It is not yet clear how she knows what to do and why she is so confident that she can do anything and influence anything. Hailey thought to herself that at least this man could sleep peacefully today. She would take care of that. In fact, she made all these spirits see and notice her. Now she will be able to hear their voices and talk to them, as if she herself is a spirit. She knew how to do this since childhood, but her grandmother forbade her to experiment. And now it seems to her that it is time to break the agreement and still help the person. Maybe she is his last chance to get rid of them forever. Hailey walks around the room, attracting their attention and deliberately acting as if she is not dealing with spirits, but with some cute animals that she is definitely not afraid of. It helps a lot, but sometimes you need to take a break and not look at them at all. Otherwise, you can go crazy. Meanwhile, she starts to ruin her dress, tears off a small piece, and probably now everything is under control. After that, she starts biting her finger to make a little something appear that will work for all these spirits as a powerful bait and trap. She says different special words as if she had been preparing for this moment her whole life. It looks very fascinating. One of her phrases, "Time in the world of the living and in the other world moves differently. The world of the living and the dead can never intervene together." She created a special energy field for all these spirits to enter and ask them to return to where they belong. Is it really possible that she will be able to get rid of them forever and make sure that the king never suffers from them again? Literally a couple of seconds and these dark creatures are almost gone. They evaporate like fog, and this is very good. When they began to become less and less, the girl felt a strong relief, and can't even imagine what the king will feel when he wakes up. It will be something incredible. All the bad will leave him once and for all. At least that's what we should hope for. The girl spent a lot of energy on this, if only it wasn't in vain. It's very strange, but now she suddenly felt a little bad. Hailey is holding on, but it's possible that she could have loved the king so much that she lured all these spirits to her side. I want to quickly make sure that this is not so. It turns out she couldn't drive them out completely. She just had to drive them away temporarily, and perhaps they will all appear again soon. Probably some won't come back, but a minimal number will still return. Meanwhile, she slowly started hiding some amulet under the bed while he was sleeping and couldn't see anything. Hailey is very glad that she helped him, at least a little. The guy doesn't understand it yet. The main thing is that he will get some sleep after so many years, and maybe he will stop being so rude and cruel, at least towards her. She will definitely tell him everything. She will help him more than once. The main thing is that she herself does not suffer because of this. My strength was running out. I had to fall asleep next to him, and in the end, they never had a wedding night. Time flew by. She felt as if she had closed her eyes and opened them a second later, but it was already morning. It was the shortest night of her life, and at the same time, the hardest, scariest, and most unpredictable. Opening her eyes, she immediately saw her husband in front of her, who woke up a little earlier than her, and even during this time did not go anywhere. He watched her, even addressed her by her full name with a new surname, but Hailey still doesn't understand anything. She didn't get enough sleep at all, and a couple of minutes later, as soon as she realized that she was lying in the same bed with the king, even though she was his wife, she stood up so abruptly as never before in her life. The guy did not kick her out, did not say anything bad, and she was afraid of just one look from him. He looks at her very calmly. His gaze is not at all like usual, which means he had a very good rest. Then he started looking at her legs and noticed red marks. And of course, he couldn't help but joke that he didn't remember them having any fun night. While he lies calmly on the bed, she is shaking all over, as if she woke up next to some kind of monster. The girl explained that nothing like that really happened, to which he replied that if it wasn't him who did it, then some other man came into the room at night and said it in all seriousness. She tensed up and pretended that she had simply tripped while walking in the dark to the bed and that there was no one else in the room. To make it convincing, she started to come up with all sorts of excuses. There were too many of them, and in the end, he looked at her with such a look as if he was not going to believe a single word. In fact, he didn't think at all that there was anyone there. He just wanted to lighten the mood, and she took it too seriously. The guy even advised her to get more rest, although if she had rested that night, he would not have woken up in the best shape. It turns out that up until this point, he hadn't even noticed how good he felt, and now he doesn't understand how this is even possible. The guy noticed that since Hailey came to this house, he began to feel very good more often. It seemed to him that she definitely had something to do with this. They would definitely talk about this topic, but a little later, in the meantime, 4 days had passed since the ceremony. After the hectic first night, she no longer saw the king, although she did not expect any gratitude. But still, because of this, she somehow felt sad. He doesn't come home at all, but in a way, it's even better. She just needs to create a suitable talisman. But she doesn't have the right materials yet, so she has to start with what she brought from the office. Since that very night, vengeful spirits have been haunting her. They have finally switched to her, but she somehow copes with them and hardly reacts to manipulations, and sometimes even talks to them, laughs at them, and today she has learned not to spoil her mood because of them. And this is very important. In any case, she won't last long like this, and she understands it herself. She urgently needs to put up some kind of barrier so she can calmly go about her business. To do this, she set fire to some paper, started walking around the room with it, and after that, there were much fewer evil spirits. This is a very effective method, but in the future, we will need to come up with something more serious. Just burning paper. Hailey looked around the room carefully, and as soon as she looked at one place, she saw someone unusual, not at all like a spirit. It's some kind of small creature that can fit in the palm of your hand. It shines some kind of blue color and doesn't look scary at all. This little creature starts saying that this is his home, that he doesn't want to leave here, and is afraid that she will do something to him. The girl immediately calms him down, says that she won't do anything bad to him, if of course it's mutual and he doesn't harm her either. This little ghost asks who she is and what she is doing here, although she has exactly the same question for him. Hailey introduced him first. She said her name, and for some reason the little ghost was very surprised. For some reason he is in no hurry to introduce himself in response. He looks at her with a mysterious gaze and just remains silent. The girl asked if something was wrong and reminded him that he had also promised to tell something about himself, if of course he had stopped being afraid of her. It turns out that the little ghost can't even say his name because he simply doesn't have one. She is the first person who saw him, and so far she has become the only one who can give him some kind of name. The conversation is going very hard. He continues to be afraid of her, and she has no idea whether she needs to be wary of this ghost, because perhaps this is how he hides his real face, and in fact is bad. Suddenly the girl looks at one box, which has a crack in it, and she herself is surprised when she guesses that it is very old and most likely, this is one of the old things in which long-lived spirits live, and most likely this ghost is one of them. Maybe because the box is broken, he can't hide or use his power, but unfortunately she doesn't know how to fix things like that, and even if she tries and does something wrong, he might die, and she doesn't want that. She can promise him only one thing, to protect this room from evil spirits and bad energy. Then actually, so now he has nothing to fear. The little ghost felt very comfortable and even called her his friend. Then he starts asking to put one of those things that she is holding in her hands in his house. He is talking about the very talisman that she is now holding in her hand. She couldn't even imagine that the ghost would be so demanding and that he didn't like it so much when someone took his things. Naturally, she obeyed, returned the talisman to the box, and apologized for taking it without permission. I'm very curious what will come of this, how often they will communicate with him, and most importantly, what abilities does this ghost have? Perhaps sooner or later she will be able to help him, and he will show what he is capable of, because probably he has been forced to hide and exist without abilities for many years. He can't restore his powers while the box is in this state, but Hailey won't give up and will definitely come up with something. She's done worse than that. She just needs to learn some information, practice, and everything will be fine. 4 days later, Hailey is bedridden. She feels very unwell. The energy spent on using the talisman has not been restored, and she has no idea how much longer she will have to lie in this state. What she did is still not enough to completely protect this place from spirits. She was just about to get out of bed, without even wiping away her tears, when suddenly, literally out of nowhere, her husband appeared and asked what she is doing. The girl was so scared of him that she almost lost consciousness and finally lost all her strength. She hasn't had such emotional stress for a long time, but her husband could have knocked on the door. He appears as if he doesn't want to warn her about his appearance and is checking her out. She thinks that this is not normal. At the very least, it is disrespect for her personal space, and not only, it turns out that the head maid told him that the lady's condition was not very good, so he came without warning because he did not think that she would go somewhere in such a state and came to see if any help was needed. The girl thanked him, said that she didn't need anything for now. She would have breakfast a little later, and that she was going to spend the whole day in this room in order to come to her senses as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, she sees some spirits. Most of them can't get into the room, but some still surrounded the king. But it's not the huge number he fought with before. The barrier couldn't stop the most persistent ones. She'll definitely deal with that just a little later. And in the meantime, he saw that she was carving something out of this piece of wood and thought that it would be better to take all this from her. You never know. The king and his maid can't even imagine why she needs this. They didn't even try to figure it out. They just pretended that there was nothing surprising here and asked her not to do it anymore. Hailey was very upset. She can't explain why she really needs it, so she had to accept it, because surely there is another way to strengthen the barrier against spirits. For now, this was her only option. It was hard to part with the knife, but if he had knocked on the door in advance, she would have had time to hide it. After that, he left and asked her not to forget to take the medicine. And he would also definitely ask the maid to come back to make sure that she did it. In fact, although he said that he came to check on her well-being, in fact, he found one phrase of the commander's suspicious, that there was a burning smell in her room and some ash was also found. The first thought that came to his mind was that maybe she would try to jump into the fire, since it didn't work with water that time. The assistants all gradually began to tell that recently the girl had been cutting out something from different objects. Today a tree, and yesterday there was some paper. Meanwhile, she lies on the bed and cries, because if he hadn't taken that knife, she would have already made a normal barrier. But as it is, she just wasted a lot of time. She is so upset that she is even crying and does not know what to do next. There is very little time and no ideas. Now she has nothing to do at all. Even the little ghost tried to support, but nothing worked. Everything is too serious, and this is not some trifle to forget and move on. Unexpectedly for herself, she remembers one book that could be read, but this does not guarantee that she will have a new plan. It's just better than doing nothing. She has in her hands that very diary of the real Hailey from the mansion of the Duke of Duncan. Most likely, there is at least something interesting here. She will be able to find at least some clue and move on faster than if she were lying on the bed in tears. She opens the first page, which was written on October 16th before her birthday. It says there are many good priests who can see something, but most of them are scammers and do it for money. They pretend to be wizards and deceive people who trust them. A girl reads this and doesn't quite understand what it's about, and a little ghost started to distract her at the most inopportune moment, because of which it became simply impossible to concentrate. He jumps all over the bed, as if he was deliberately not letting her find out something. The girl initially brought this diary in the hope that it would fill in some gaps in her memory, and she would understand what the real Hailey was thinking and doing. But it seems that she really lived without thinking about anything. The diaries do not contain any useful information. In the meantime, at least someone knocked and showed politeness. This time the maid came, probably to check if she dropped out the medicine. Before allowing her in, she didn't make the same mistake as before, first hiding the book and making sure there was nothing on the bed. Deborah comes in. She has a tray in her hands on which is a letter from the Duke with medicine, and while the girl is reading the letter, the assistant will check if the medicine is safe and will return. Hailey told her that she no longer needed medication. She was no longer sick and felt much better, so she thought she didn't need to take anything anymore. The girl asked to give her only the letter. She has no idea what is written there, although there is nothing to think about. You just need to open it and read. There is a high probability that after the letter she will be in a bad mood, but this cannot be avoided. You should not ignore the letter either. It says there, "Your Majesty, I heard that you are not well. How are you feeling? I am very worried about you and found the medicine that should have arrived by mail, even though it is just a letter." Hailey immediately felt the lack of sincerity with which it was created. This man had just recently beaten her in the mansion and is already worried about how she is feeling and sending expensive medicine. But that's not all. There is a second part of the letter. Your father wants to ask you about something, and then nothing is written. It's strange why he didn't write his question in the letter, as if he was afraid that my daughter might reveal it to me, but someone else who doesn't want to know it. The lady wished to see the king and asked where he could be found. Deborah saw him in the audience hall and said that she would now call her assistant to prepare her for the meeting. The girl thanked him. She was very happy that the assistant knew her job well, and she hardly had to be asked for anything. Left alone in the room, she had only one question: what to answer the Duke and whether it was necessary to do it at all. Hailey's emotions about being queen have almost disappeared, and they have been for a very long time. When the soul leaves, emotions naturally flow away. Only people who harbored a very strong grudge or had great ambitions violate the anomalies of the world and remain in the form of plant spirits or guardian spirits. She is very interested in what the real Hailey would do. She has no ideas and really doesn't want to make premature decisions and answer anything, so as not to regret it later. Meanwhile, the audience hall from there, as always, very loud voices, arguments, conflicts are heard. It is almost never calm there. Assistants start shouting over each other, accusing everyone around without evidence. And from this, the gentleman, as usual, gets a splitting headache. Not only did those dark spirits return to him again, but his assistants also behave like children who don't know how to communicate. He has no patience anymore. He tried to teach them this many times, but it was all pointless. They are incorrigible. Everyone thinks they are right, that everyone around them understands less than the one arguing, a vicious circle that has no end. And then the guy gets up from his seat. Everyone has already noticed how angry he is. The king began to react as if he would attack one of them right now. Moreover, he even took out his sword and asked who had not yet managed to speak out and spoil his mood. In fact, he is in a very dangerous state right now. Even if it weren't for these conversations, he would still have snapped at one of the other servants, all because of those spirits. Hailey and Deborah were watching all this. They thought it was better to intervene. Otherwise, something terrible would happen and a lot of people would get hurt. In terms of power, that it would probably be better for him to leave and be alone now, and if necessary, she could be next to him. Although Deborah knows how to find an approach to the gentleman, the girl sees that the spirits have only increased, and without her, he is unlikely to get better. Something needs to be done about this urgently. They all tell him to destroy everyone around him, but he resists and stands in one place like a real hero. And then the worst thing begins. The guy can't stand it. He takes out his sword and heads towards one of his advisors, who didn't even look in his direction. Hailey feels like she has only seconds left and all she can do is stop him with her own efforts. If we don't intervene right now, at least one person will die, and this can't be allowed under any circumstances. She asked her assistant to wait for her at this place and said that she knew what she was doing. The king is no longer able to resist. He begins to listen to the spirits, but this was rare and not everyone is ready for it. The girl starts screaming at the whole room, asks him to stop and doesn't stop running towards him to protect that guy. She literally throws herself at him, doesn't let him move the hand that holds the sword, and even decides to sacrifice herself just in case so that no one else gets hurt. Deborah doesn't believe her eyes. She never thought that the lady would be so brave. Even the other knights who could have done it instead of her did not dare to do this. When the king stopped in one place and began to look into her eyes, she thought that she shouldn't have done this and already wanted to apologize. How his eyes became normal, the perfume evaporated, and he no longer tries to attack anyone. And most importantly, he is even ready to apologize. Hailey didn't expect this. She couldn't even think that with just one touch she could solve this problem, even if only for a short time. But that was enough. At the very least, she saved a person's life, and maybe more than one. His eyes became calm like before. He no longer holds his head and behaves absolutely normally, which makes her incredibly happy. She doesn't know how long the spirits will not bother him, but now she knows that she can just touch him, hug him, and get rid of them again for a while. During all this time, the king did not say a single word. It is very interesting to listen to what he will say, because he himself saw and felt everything. Now everyone is sitting in their places. No one is making noise. Everyone is sitting silently. The king doesn't know what to say, and probably the meeting ends here. And in the meantime, very strangely, he began to be indignant that she appeared here. Although she had just dropped a dangerous situation, she can't say in front of everyone that she initially just wanted to talk about Duke Duncan's letter. She had to come up with something else. She said that she just came to have a cup of tea. She missed him a lot, however. If he is busy now, she can easily leave and not disturb him. The guy doesn't quite understand what it has to do with it, because she knew that he had an important meeting here, and he couldn't possibly have a tea party in the middle of the work process, especially with her alone. In the end, everyone left, and she still asked him for a little tea, to at least support her legend that she came only for this. The girl calmly drinks tea, enjoys the amazing taste, and pretends that nothing else interests her right now. And he just looks at her with a slightly cold gaze, not even thinking about thanking and apologizing that she had to take such a risk by stopping him. She also has nothing to say to him. It's even a little offensive to participate in this silence. Everything should have gone differently. Does he really have nothing to say? It seems like he ignored her help and stopped noticing it a long time ago. And then he asked one very serious question. Why is she doing all this? And why is she drinking tea that is disgusting to her? The girl couldn't even think that he would notice it. In any case, she wanted to talk. She got it. Lately, it's been so hard to talk to him that it's impossible to talk without some jokes or weird questions that can't be answered. He is a very difficult person in this regard, but he is not yet bothered by spirits, and now he is more or less in a normal state. Now she doesn't even know what was better, to stay in the room and not come to him at all while he was busy, or she did everything right. But for now, she really doubts it. When the king was waiting for an answer to his question, she quickly changed the subject and began asking if he had been having trouble sleeping lately. To which he asked if he looks like a man who doesn't sleep at night, although in fact he does look like one, even too much so. It was literally written all over his face. She told him so, but then quickly apologized and looked down. While they are talking, dark spirits try to attack him, but she immediately reacts to them and drives them away one by one. Here she already sat down next to him. It was very awkward, but she did it and is trying to find the right moment to talk about that letter. Hailey takes his hand. He didn't like it a little, but she's already used to such reactions and still doesn't let him go. It's very simple. The girl just felt that the spirits would want to attack him again, and it would be a large group. So she started holding his hand in advance. Just in case, it can last as long as you like, but it's all for his good. Meanwhile, although neither of them notices it, the assistant clearly sees how cold their relationship is, and this is very bad. But that's not all. It turns out that everyone in the palace already knows that they don't have the kind of love that they tried to portray at the very beginning. Hailey keeps looking at his hand. It used to be very easy to feel how hard it is for him now, but now things are different. He had been haunted by spirits for so long that his energy became very confused and completely blocked. For a strong person like him, this is even more dangerous. The girl knows better than others how energy flows in the human body. People used to come to her grandmother with requests, and her job was to help correct their energy. She has so much experience in this matter, but it is still not enough to help the king. There is something more serious here. She had already learned the lesson well that it was better to do something than not try at all, so she said that she would now press on his back. And if it hurts, he should say so right away, and she will try not to press so hard, although that is the point. Hailey thought, people with strong energy usually don't get involved with spirits. How much bad he must have done in life for so many people to cling to him in the form of spirits. Although outwardly he doesn't look like a bad person or a villain at all. On the contrary, he is very sweet and cute. Just a little more pressure is left, all the bad energy is gradually leaving. It's not enough, but it will definitely become a little easier for him. He needs to relax very well. And for this, he needs to free himself from everything bad as much as possible. At the end, she pressed very hard on his neck. My husband reacted as if she had pinched him, but it was a very pleasant pain, after which relaxation immediately came. Hailey didn't think she could handle it that well, but he felt the warmth that even appeared in his eyes. He became so relaxed that he couldn't even continue sitting. He lay down on her legs and almost fell asleep. Although she will never admit it to herself, she really enjoys monitoring his well-being, seeing him get better and feeling that in this regard, he is a little dependent on her. He can resist as much as he wants, last as long as he wants. Not let her near him, think that it's a coincidence, but only thanks to her, he hasn't completely gone crazy. Even now, she touches his head with her hands and feels that he is completely calm inside. Although just a couple of minutes ago, a terrible energy emanated from him, from which she herself felt uneasy. The girl doesn't understand how he's going through this. It seems to her that it would be easier to just leave this life than to suffer for the rest of his days. This is some kind of terrible punishment that only the strongest can go through, who can control himself so much that this degree cannot even be described in words. Although he has some problems with this, the fact that he is still holding up well and hasn't gone crazy is impressive. That guy saw that the king had finally calmed down and fallen asleep, but he still came up and shouted, "Well, is he sleeping or not yet?" I wanted to answer him something, but she sweetly said that it looked like that and that I probably needed to get a massage now. It helps relieve tension in the whole body. Even if a person is sleeping, it works the same way. The assistant said that the gentleman had hardly slept for the last few days, and that perhaps any methods that could be used should be used. Then they started talking a little. The guy admitted that lately he doesn't recognize the gentleman, although sometimes he gets better. Then everything only gets worse, and he's even afraid to imagine what will happen in literally a month. Today, the king almost destroyed one of them. And this is no longer a joke. It's time to take some measures. She explained this by saying that sometimes people can be quite emotional, and as she understands, as long as everything is okay, there is no need to worry, although she herself understands that this is far from true and that the situation is really getting much worse. She just doesn't want to upset anyone around her. People should think that everything is more or less normal, and she will take care of everything else. It's obvious that if everyone is scared, nothing good will come of it. She has to convince them otherwise. It will be better for everyone. Maintaining a healthy mental state is much more important than it seems, and Hailey knows this firsthand. When everyone who cared about the gentleman's condition began to come into the room, the girl took advantage of the opportunity and said that she would go about her business for now, and it would be nice if one of them kept an eye on him. The king once heard this phrase. He began to move a little, and in the end asked her to stay with him and not go anywhere. It was so sweet of him that, of course, now she definitely won't go anywhere. If he asks so, then that's more important than anything else. At first, the girl was a little scared because she thought that he didn't hear anything and had already fallen into a deep sleep. But then she was able to calm down. Without realizing it, the king demonstrated how much he enjoyed being with his wife and that he was not as cold to her as they thought. The girl looked at them with her gaze, making it clear that it would be better for most to leave and leave them alone. She understands that they are interested in watching, but at the same time, this is not a joke. Even if a person is sleeping, he still feels someone's presence, and the fewer people there are around, the better he will sleep. And he even started touching her hair, thereby making his wife and everyone else who saw it embarrassed. If she knew that no one was looking at her and the king wouldn't wake up anytime soon, she would have cried, but she had to hold back. The girl thought that the king was probably instinctively moving towards pure energy. That is, towards her, and that was already not bad. It must be the talisman she has on her now or the pure energy, definitely one of the two. After being plagued by vengeful spirits for so long, the boy must be trying to find a place where he can feel comfortable. In that case, I had to ask for another blanket. She definitely won't be able to go anywhere from it, and according to the assumptions, she will have to lie with it for about a couple of hours. The headmaid immediately found a suitable blanket, even asked the girl not to worry, and covered her up and took care of her properly. Hailey was as tired as everyone else. Although it wasn't like using a talisman, it did require a lot of concentration to regulate someone else's energy. It was very tiring interacting with such people, but it was worth it. The king was okay, and what she had worked so hard for. She doesn't know why this happens, but she really enjoys looking at him, sleeping. He seems so defenseless, cute and not like usual. The girl couldn't fall asleep. She was afraid that she would miss the moment when he would wake up, and she held on with all her might and didn't close her eyes. That's how they spent time together, even though he was sleeping. But she liked it in connection with their situation. There is no point in wishing for anything more for now. And in the meantime, the king had slept well. He opens his eyes, but his wife is sleeping, and what she didn't want most of all happened. She missed this moment. Hailey held on so hard she didn't want to fall asleep, but she couldn't stand it, and she'll probably be upset when she finds out that he woke up first. Very good. There was an assistant nearby. He periodically came to check, and this time he came in just in time. The gentleman asked what was going on because he didn't remember how he fell asleep. The assistant says that after he had tea with Her Majesty, before he could finish speaking, the king said that he remembered that part, to which the assistant replied that immediately after this, the gentleman fell asleep, probably just didn't notice it and reacted as if this couldn't have happened. The assistant thought that he needed to tell everything in detail and began to tell how the gentleman hugged and stroked the queen's hair. Although it was a little awkward to talk about it, you never know how he would react. The assistant decided not to tell the fact that at least 4 people saw it. It would be better if this fact remained known to everyone except himself. Hailey sleeps peacefully, suspects nothing, and the guy again noticed that as soon as he spent a lot of time with her, he again feels much better than before. He even wanted to make sure that the queen was comfortable to sleep and decided to leave her in his bedroom. She is still his wife and has the right to stay here. Moreover, after what she had done for him, the king asked not to wake her up with unnecessary movements and preferably not to enter this room at all, as far as possible. He had already given everyone instructions, went to the window and fully enjoyed the moment when nothing was bothering him. His body was in complete harmony and his head felt great, although then it seemed that it could burst at any moment. Sometime later, the girl wakes up, opens her eyes and for some reason thought that she could have just died in her sleep. She saw a lot of spirits everywhere, suggested that this could be a new life, and she was absolutely serious. She must have dreamed something. She looks at her hair, looks at her fingers, and only now calmed down that she remained in Hailey's body. Looking more closely, she sees that it is simply the king's room, which she has hardly been in during this time. There are so many dark spirits here that you want to leave as soon as possible, and it seems as if they are gradually filling her body. It was just awful. She starts calling for someone and stops in time when she wanted to say, "Help." It would have raised a lot of questions. So they have already successfully got out of the room with ghosts, and it is very strange that the king does not remember how he fell asleep, and she also asks how she ended up there. The assistant said that initially the gentleman ordered her not to be disturbed and not to be moved anywhere. She then changed his mind and asked to be taken to his room since it was closer. Now everything is clear. The girl already thought that she started having problems with her memory. She clearly remembers that she was in another room and did not understand you. So how could this happen? So that upon waking up, she found herself in another place. When she had some free time, she returned to that diary again, started flipping through the pages and saw that all the entries were too short and lacking context, as if on purpose. She wants to know more about the owner of this body. She is very interested to know what Hailey would like to do right now. And when she got tired of leafing through the diary, she remembered that the king had invited her to dinner today. They had never met together in the 15 days since the wedding. It was just in time. She needed to talk to him about the letter. Today she is particularly worried about the phrase of the real Hailey. "I don't want to die." Then a very logical question appears. Why did she jump into the water then, if she wanted to live so much? But so far she hasn't found any explanation for this in her diary. The girl thought that it is almost never possible to avoid your destiny and purpose. Even if you manage to avoid small troubles, then it will no longer be possible to change the thread of life. Hailey, who was destined to die, had to leave this world, just like her, the girl who got into her body. People easily say that someone should love their fate and be grateful for the opportunity to be alive in this world, but only those who cannot foresee it, those who are sure that only good things await them in the future, can say so. How many people can truly love their fate, which was prepared for them, knowing exactly what pain, in what quantity, and what strength they will experience? Personally, she never liked her fate, and there are reasons for this. Now it was time for the dinner she had been waiting for so long, and the most pleasant thing was the fact that everything happened only on his initiative, and he didn't even have to hint about it. The king is already sitting in his place waiting for her, and little by little they start bringing utensils and food to the table. Even the guy thought that this was really the first time they had dinner together. But today he invited her not to have a good time together. There is another reason for this. A few days ago, there was a situation when an assistant came to him and said that as far as he understood everything correctly, Duke Duncan sent a letter to Queen Hailey, and he thought that he should tell his master about it. He was so prepared for this that he even brought a copy of this letter, to which the gentleman asked if there was anything unusual in it that would be worth spending his time on. The assistant says the gist of it is that the Duke wants to send people from the ducal household to serve the Queen. Her father is allegedly very worried about her health after learning she is ill. For everyone, it became more than obvious. The man just wants to introduce his people into the royal family in order to have spies and find out some information that can be used to his advantage. The king says that the Duke should have known from the start that he wouldn't allow this, and he finds it very funny to watch him try to get into a petty power struggle with him. The assistant believes that Her Majesty, the Queen, may turn into a puppet of the Duke and become the center of attention of the nobility, and they must stop this right now. That's why the guy wanted to put the daughter of a lowly nobleman on the Queen's throne. In situations like this, it's very important. The king suggests to see what Hailey will do in this situation. Is she really such an innocent girl as everyone says or not? He is thinking about how to start a conversation correctly. He does not know in which direction everything can go, but in any case, he is not going to accept the Duke's offer. It is not even up for discussion. And here it starts again. Spirits start circling around him. His head starts to hurt in a matter of seconds, and without his wife, he can't do anything about it. So he starts waiting for her even more. They ask him again to harm someone, to destroy, to do something crazy, and if this happens, they will try with this bad energy and become stronger. It turns out that the more often he listens to them, the stronger they become, and the harder it is for him to ignore them. And now he was informed that Her Majesty, the Queen, had arrived. The king looked at her with such a look as if he felt that he was about to feel better. He had already memorized this pattern. He only had to look in her direction, and everything bad around him dissolved and disappeared like fog. Even the air around became cleaner. It became easier to breathe, and naturally the bad feeling disappeared on its own. As usual, after she helped him, he didn't even say a single word to thank her or express anything. He seems to take it for granted, although deep down inside he is incredibly grateful to her for it. He feels that with every step he is getting closer, a refreshing wind is approaching, which disperses everything bad. But the girl herself is in no mood. She seems to be afraid of something and does not know how to act better. He'll probably never be able to get used to what she's capable of, and it's just her presence. He can't find the words to describe his feelings at that moment when everything around her changes, wherever she goes and wherever she ends up. Lately, the guy doesn't even notice where his headache goes. He just doesn't have time to understand when it's there and when everything is fine with him. It turns out that today they are interested in the same topic. Even if one of them starts to be afraid and cannot speak, the other will not remain silent, and everything will happen by itself, as it should have been. To see the king smile is a real miracle. The girl asked what made him so happy, to which he replied that he was just in a good mood and asked to sit down. Again, he didn't say anything nice, although it wouldn't hurt. As he said, she began to sit down at her place. She was very worried. Although there was no point in it, she was not going to deceive anyone. She just came to show what she received in the letter. The assistants had already brought most of the dishes, wished us a pleasant appetite, and went about their business so as not to disturb anyone with their presence. Less than a minute has passed since Hailey says that she needs to tell him something. The girl doesn't even realize that he understands perfectly well what they are talking about, and now all that remains is to hope that she won't make anything up and will say it as it is, even if she thinks that it might upset him somehow. Otherwise, everything will work against her. Hailey warned that she doesn't know how he will react to this, but still told that a few days ago her father sent a letter, which immediately caused her mixed emotions, and she doesn't even know what to answer him, so she came to ask for advice, if of course he is interested. The assistant stands aside, and even he didn't expect that she would speak about it first. She wouldn't come up with anything. It was very brave of her. The guy smiled slightly and was glad that she didn't hide anything like that from him, and was completely honest, even when it came to her father. She even brought this letter with her so that he could read it personally, and here the king made a slight mistake when he answered that it was not necessary. She could have doubts that he had already been shown this letter before it got to her. Well, it is what it is. He just asked how she wants to act and whether she likes her father's idea, in the hope that she is of the same opinion as he is. I wonder what she thinks about this. Everyone has already waited for the answer, which means the most interesting part is beginning. Almost everything will depend on her answer, and of course, there will be some consequences, depending on what she chooses. At this moment, so that the girl would not be afraid of his reaction, the king even smiled on purpose and said that she could do as she wanted, as if it didn't matter to him what she would answer her father. It was done on purpose, but the girl is already tense, as if she feels that there is a catch somewhere. She doesn't say anything for a long time. He no longer has the desire to smile, and with each second the smile disappears and real emotions appear. Hailey is already blushing. She is afraid to answer incorrectly. Her future will directly depend on it. She has no idea what a real Hailey would do in her place, but now she needs to say what she really thinks. She doesn't want to follow the lead of the king or the duke, and she also doesn't want to take Hailey's life lightly. The girl puts this letter on the table and says that she is writing a letter of refusal, as she initially thought. She explained this by saying that since she had not been in the royal family for very long, she thought that if she listened to her father, people would not like it, so that was how she would answer him. The assistant was very happy. He wouldn't have to get into unnecessary squabbles with the duke. This is what he dislikes the most. But on the other hand, the assistant understands that this is not a reason for joy. At first glance, this answer seems to satisfy everyone and is not quite as sincere as one would like. In any case, the situation didn't get any worse. She responded very well and finally began to calm down a little. She is now thinking that although she refused, she did not completely turn away from the duke, as she wanted, because you never know what might happen in the future, and this time she took it into account. But the guy thinks that she pretends to be naive, but she takes care of everything she needs. She has moved away from her father's intentions, but this makes her even more politically savvy, just like Duke Duncan. He even likes this hidden cunning on her part, The girl turned out to be smarter than he could have imagined, and this pleasantly surprises him. Although she still seems a little suspicious to him, because of this, she is still interesting, and he wants to know more and more about her. Finally, we can start eating normally. Everything has already been discussed, and the assistants have started to bring out some more snacks because the first ones have started to cool down and are no longer as presentable as they were. They were both very hungry. Hailey had been looking at the food the whole time, barely holding back from giving in and stopping for a snack. Just in case, she even asked if they could start eating, just in case he wanted to ask something else and she wouldn't let him do it this way. The guy smiled, asked her to do what she wanted, and warned her that she might not wait for him because while she was gone, he had already had something to eat. The more he gets to know her, the more interesting she becomes for him. And of course, besides all this, she has an insanely beautiful appearance that leaves no guy indifferent. He tries not to think about how dangerous it could be because he knows almost nothing about her, and this worries him the most. Just think, he is attracted to the Duke of Duncan's daughter. If he had been told about it earlier, he would have laughed and would never have believed it. Gradually, he begins to be drawn to her more and more. He becomes more and more obsessed with her, and he himself understands that this is not entirely good. While the girl had not gone anywhere, he warned that this week he would leave the castle and go somewhere for 3 days and 2 nights. He says that he will hunt, and this word immediately gave reason for panic because she knows something about it. The whole point is that the more a person destroys someone or something, the more bad energy accumulates inside him, which means he himself is to blame for the fact that he is now suffering because of spirits. He even had a nickname before, the Mad Beast. He ignored the most important rule all his life and destroyed everyone. His nickname, of course, arose from his madness. Aware of his uncontrollable impulses, Roderick tried to relieve them with the help of hunting, his favorite hobby. But without realizing it, he drove himself further and further into the abyss of madness. In just a few years, he went down in history as the king who hunted more than anyone else in the history of the kingdom. The girl fully understands his intentions, but hunting won't help here. The more blood you shed, the more bad energy you accumulate, and accordingly, the torment from vengeful spirits will only get worse. Naturally, she had to go and see him off. And then the guy asks if she by any chance wants to tell him anything. The girl has no idea what this means, what he expects from her, and why he hasn't left yet, because he was in such a hurry. She asked what he means because she really didn't plan to say anything, except to ask him to stay, but he clearly won't listen to that. He says that, for example, she could ask him to catch someone for her, but Hailey replied that she doesn't need anything like that, and if he brings someone, she will be very upset, thus warning him in advance. In that case, he asked her to at least wish him a good and happy journey. The girl did so, and just in case, asked him to be careful, so that later he would not have to look for him in an unknown place. He said he would be attentive, but he never went anywhere, as if he was expecting something else from her, or just looking at her enough before he left and would be alone for a few days. And then something happened that she never expected from him, so he shows who is turning in that direction and asking if she is going to say goodbye to him in a similar way. She looked to the side and saw some couple kissing each other goodbye, and she became more embarrassed than ever before. She was surprised that he was even thinking about it, because he had never asked for it before. Her cheeks turned red, and the mere thought that everyone around would see it made her feel uneasy. In a panic, she hears him start to laugh, maybe to make amends, or maybe, as he says, it really was a joke. She didn't try to figure it out. She tried to calm down. Although his laughter was a little annoying, he had disgraced her and didn't even apologize. He jokes as usual and then laughs at how embarrassed she is. For him, it's something like a hobby, and then Hailey remembers and is embarrassed all day. Meanwhile, she again wished him all the best and said that she would wait for him back like a real wife. He's clearly in a good mood, but hers is ruined for at least the rest of the day as usual. One might think that this would be all. He would calmly leave on his business, but no. The guy came closer to her and under the guise of a kiss asked her to stay away from the water, especially where there is too much of it. Then he asked how well she understood him and looked into his eyes so intently that she even got goosebumps. The girl didn't understand what he meant by that. And was he really afraid that she would jump into the water just like the real Hailey, whom he thought he barely saved? Only after that he was able to say goodbye properly and promised that if he could return sooner, he would definitely do so. The only thing that calms her down is that he is not going alone. There will be other people with him. It will be safer for each of them. She has no idea if everything will be okay. She has some kind of unpleasant premonition, but it's probably just fear that she won't have control over him for so many days. And in the meantime, they were already in some forest. They met the sunset. Everything would have been fine, but evil spirits attacked the king again. He saw some wild boar in front of him and began to catch up with it so quickly that the others could not catch up with him. Some started asking to stop. The night forest is very dangerous, and it is unknown where this boar will lead them. Suddenly, he has his own huge pack, and they will hardly be able to cope with them. The further the king moves away from his wife, the more the dark energy takes hold of him, and the more it can influence him. He stops seeing the road in front of him. He hears nothing except this terrible voice that drives him crazy. He misses Hailey so much, and if only she knew what a mistake she made by not going with them, although he himself would not have allowed her to do this, which he now regrets. Spirits from all sides are ordering him to destroy at least someone. They need the energy of the dead, and he has no strength to resist. Seeing that boar, he could no longer restrain himself. The only good thing is that none of his assistants were hurt. Although the animal is also a pity, no one understands the king. It was the only way to get rid of the headache that seemed to destroy him from the inside. But this is only a temporary joy. Next time it will be even harder to fight the spirits. They are filled with energy, and now they will take over his mind even more. They had only a couple of minutes to rest when suddenly, as if from nowhere, a huge bear appeared, twice the size of each of them. He stands right in front of the king. He has red glowing eyes, but the guy is not going to back down. His Majesty is confident that the others will help him and will not leave him in trouble. And that is how it happened. His main assistant was the first to join, who asked to leave the road, intending to deal with the bear himself without endangering his master. Now it's clear why the girl had such a bad feeling. Now she can't help them in any way. If they can't cope on their own, no one else will help them. They've gone too far and Hailey can't sleep. She feels like they're in trouble and can't find a place for herself. And the worst thing is that the king found himself in a hopeless situation. Firstly, finding himself in the forest, he will have to defend himself and destroy dangerous animals. Secondly, the spirits order him to do the same. And thirdly, if he does neither one nor the other, he will simply die, along with everyone else. Even if he miraculously manages to return home safe and sound, he will be filled with bad energy, which she will then have to fight. The situation is very difficult. The girl feels that she will not be able to sleep today, and even thought about going outside, breathing fresh air and walking for at least half an hour. She looked at the bright moon and thought that it was a sign that if you can't sleep, you need to go out. Maybe some good thoughts or ideas will appear. Previously, she almost never went outside alone. She didn't think that there was such a beautiful garden here, and in general, she noticed how well kept the area around was. And that's not all. She went a little further and noticed the lake. And at that very second, she remembered the words of the king, who asked her not to go near the water. She promised him not to go near such places, so she did not go in that direction, in order to be honest, not only with him, but also with herself. Moreover, her grandmother once also asked her not to approach the water and to be wary of it like fire. Although she was very interested in why it was so dangerous, she took it into her hands and immediately walked through that area near the lake. Hailey hasn't gone anywhere for so long. Now she just sits and looks into the distance. The view is mesmerizing, and she hasn't regretted for a second that she went outside. Everything was very calm. She felt complete harmony, but it did not last long until she felt a strange wind that should not have been there. He started to move her hair. All the dust flew into her eyes, and because of this, she didn't even notice how someone was near her. Felt a very familiar aura. Everything fell into place. She slowly turned her head to the side and saw the one who caused her the most ambiguous emotions. The girl has no idea whether to be happy about it or not. It's the same ghost she saw at the wedding. It is still unclear why he came, what he needs, and why he appeared here, where Hailey was at that moment. And he even sat down next to her. There was almost no distance between them, and the horse was watching them from the side the whole time. There is some incredible energy coming from him. It's a completely different level, and it seems like she shouldn't get involved in this. but it's unlikely that he'll let her go somewhere before talking to her. The ghost is already starting to smile, and it's very good that she's not afraid of him yet. He asks if she sees him or not, although he himself can control who sees him and who doesn't. It was a strange question, probably a test to see how honest she will be with him. She starts to dislike the way he talks to her, as if they communicate every day, and this is not the first time for either of them. And when she thought that it might be better to just get up and leave, he said a phrase that immediately stopped her and made her think. He realized that she was not the real Hailey and said that he knew much more about her than she did. At first, the girl thought how this was possible, but then she decided that it didn't matter. Because what difference did it make if this ghost knew that she wasn't the real Hailey? She tried not to react to him and not to pay attention, at least as much as possible. The ghost doesn't stop talking to her. He knows that she can only be interested in King Roderick, and he specifically said that he is already on his way, only slightly wounded. She forces herself not to listen to this ghost, and he continues to say what the king will do without an heir if he dies and no one has time to help him. At some point, she couldn't hold back any longer. She stopped pretending not to notice him, at which he laughed and warned that she would still have to talk to him. It's surprising that he's still calm because she was deliberately ignoring him. The ghost clearly knows how to control himself, unlike some. Strangely, she quickly got angry, was not afraid to anger him too. First saying that they are all the same ghosts, and if he does something to her husband, then she will definitely take revenge on him. But even this sounded too funny from her side. The girl herself understands that she can in no way compare to him. He only needs to think about something, and it will come true, not to mention what concerns his enemies. He holds up well, doesn't give in to these manipulations, and just wants to help, but she still can't hear him. Her behavior became too crazy, probably because of fear and worries about her husband. But it is important to remember that if the ghost was not so kind, she would have very quickly regretted it, that she allowed herself to talk to him like that, and even more so, to accuse him of something. The only thing he wants to tell her is that if the king is dear to her, then she should go to him right now and maybe even manage to save him. The king's wound was small, but somehow it inexplicably grew and could develop into something serious. Meanwhile, his assistants have already dealt with the bear, are trying to help him as best they can, and don't even realize that the lady already knows what happened and is on the way somewhere nearby. This time, the king overestimated his abilities a little. He went to deal with the huge bear. Although it was obvious that this was a terrible idea, he couldn't handle it alone. What he doesn't want most is for his wife to see him like this. He promised to return safe and sound, but here he barely stays conscious and doesn't realize that she is much closer than he thinks. The girl didn't even run far. They themselves were able to drag the Duke to the estate and already hears someone calling him a doctor. And then she understands that most likely they will take him to that very room where there are a lot of spirits. And this should not be done under any circumstances. Now the guy's very weak, and he needs the safest place possible. Even being outside would be better than going into that room. But if the king himself was unconscious, she wouldn't be able to explain it to anyone else. Only Roderick. So what does she mean? Now all that remains is to hope that he is conscious. And then she remembers that she urgently needs to go back and get something. There is no time to discuss this with the little ghost. She just asked him to hide in his house and not go anywhere until she allows him to do so. He had a lot of questions for her, but she explained that she didn't have time, and as soon as she had time, she would definitely tell him everything. He begs her to stop, reminds her that if she rushes, she might do something wrong. But in this situation, this advice definitely won't help. The girl apologized and ran away so quickly that he didn't even notice. The little ghost became sad, but he understands her and tries not to hold a grudge. The biggest problem is that when the king's body weakens, the evil spirits become stronger and more persistent. And considering the fact that he recently destroyed a boar, things are very bad. Hailey knew he would be in danger, that something would happen. She even began to see herself, although she was not guilty of anything. She ran through the whole house and found the room where the king was brought. A lot of people had gathered. Everyone was in a panic. From all these phrases, that madness has returned to him, that he is cruelly wounded, and no one knows how much time he has left. Her nerves are already at the limit. She doesn't know how to ask for silence. Her hands even dropped for a second, but she held out. I abstracted myself from all these sounds, concentrated on helping him. Otherwise, if I don't have time, I will never forgive myself for it. They even told her that the girl doesn't have to interfere. He's so bad that even a doctor can hardly cope. She wanted to answer something to this, but calmed down and reminded that she was the queen here, and it was up to her to decide who could enter the king's room and who couldn't. The doctor has already arrived. It is clear that he was in a hurry, although it looks like the wife will be able to help the guy much better than even 10 such doctors. At some point, the girl even wondered why she was wasting time on these people. Because she could have gone into his room a long time ago. She even slightly pushed the doctor and immediately apologized for it. She is overwhelmed with emotions. She feels all these spirits on herself and can't imagine what her husband is going through right now. There is such a nasty aura around. There is not a single clean spot here, and all these people don't even understand it. It's strange that everyone is against the queen being here. The main thing is that she doesn't care, and she does what her heart tells her. It's a pity, but she's already starting to feel the same thing that her husband feels. The girl is very susceptible to bad energy, and she's already starting to get headaches. I want to believe that soon she will need the same help as he does. We need to act quickly, otherwise it will be too late. The situation and panic of all these people is very pressing from all sides. She can't focus and also perceives everything worse than it actually is. The guy keeps hearing these voices. They tell him to destroy everyone he sees in front of him. I can't describe how he is holding back now, and the complete lack of strength helps him with this. Otherwise, everything could have been much worse. The guy is staring at one point. He is all wet, covered in blood. He says nothing and does not answer the doctor's questions. He seems to be almost unconscious, not moving at all. Even his eyes are frozen in one place, and from the outside it looks a little gloomy, even too much. It felt like every second lasted an eternity, and the worst thing happened when he raised his sword and began to listen to these spirits. It's strange, but the girl doesn't touch him at all, because she knows perfectly well how well it works for him. All she does is cry on the sidelines and just stall for time. It hurts her very much to look at those red eyes, which are full of hatred for everything that surrounds him. Just when he was about to get out of bed and point his sword at someone, she finally reacted and stopped him. The queen has no idea whether this will help or not. In any case, she is doing everything she can for now. His look is so crazy that she loses all the determination she had just half an hour ago. The girl, as usual, doubts herself, drags it out until the last minute, but all she needs to do is hold his hand. And then she remembers that last time she pressed very hard on his body, and he quickly felt much better. This time she decided to also squeeze his hand. Maybe it would help somehow. Focused like never before, understands that she could suffer because of this, but she did it. And as soon as I believed that spirits could be afraid of this, that's what happened. They began to disappear one by one. Hailey begins to feel herself gradually losing consciousness. Her eyes closing, her head starting to hurt, but it's all for him. While she was fighting these spirits, the king saw complete darkness and a red floor all the time. And the fewer spirits there were in the room, the brighter he saw some kind of glow above, like the sun shining through a black fog. Everything under my feet began to become less hot, and in general, the pain inside began to disappear slowly but gradually. It was something very similar to a bad dream, only at the same time he had his eyes open in reality. When this light begins to shine brighter and brighter, Roderick felt the energy of his wife and was happy even though he was unconscious. Someone starts calling him by name. He pulls his hand up and feels that someone has come to his aid. These emotions and feelings cannot be expressed in words, but it was all something like this. And then he starts breathing, starts looking in one direction and the other, showing at least some signs of life. The queen can't stop crying. She has no idea if he's getting better or not. She felt guilty again for coming too late and for letting him down on this hunt in the first place. Now she will keep a better eye on him. She will no longer allow him to go where there is danger, especially without her. And in the meantime, she asks if he sees her or maybe hears her. The king throws his sword on the floor and says that he loves her and feels how worried she was about him all this time. Maybe he said all this unconsciously. The girl is holding back from crying, but if there was no one here, she would have at least kissed him and cried very loudly. She had never heard such words from him. It was very nice, and finally his eyes were no longer red. He moved and looked straight into her eyes. The doctor was a little angry that he had not taken part in this, and that his presence there was pointless, although that was no longer important. The main thing is that at least someone was able to help him, that there are no more spirits here, but this does not mean that they will not appear again. Hailey has spent all her strength and energy. She has been so nervous in the last hour that now she feels very sick. While he is already talking to her normally, now she can't answer anything. She is trying not to faint, but at the same time, to say this so as not to scare anyone and not to upset her husband. Only now the girl thought that if she is ready to make such sacrifices for him, it means that he is not just a husband to her, whom she was forced to marry. Probably she has some feelings for him, and they are so strong that she cannot even imagine. She is so used to this person that she no longer hesitates to give all her energy just so that he feels a little better. It's just a pity that he doesn't say anything about it, but if she had left him with even one word of gratitude, it would have been a completely different matter. She just said that she wanted to go get a drink of water. He grabbed her hand so hard that she couldn't even say anything to him because of the pain. Hailey got scared and even endured the unbearable pain. But as it turned out, he just wanted to ask her to stay and not go anywhere. But really, how could she forget that as soon as she leaves him, he immediately becomes worse than when she's around? The assistants also couldn't help but notice how, ever since the queen came to them, the gentleman had become somehow obedient, although he didn't even let any of them get close to him. When suddenly the girl felt that her arm was hurting very badly, it was no longer possible to hide it. She could not move it. Apparently, the king had pressed too hard and did not control his strength. In the end, she couldn't hold back any longer. She snapped at everyone around her, ordered no more experiments, no more trips like this, only under her supervision, in safety and nothing else. She is already tired of not sleeping at night, being nervous, helping everyone around her, wasting her energy, and in response, they don't even thank her, and they also react as if she is obliged to do it. And today, for example, they didn't even want to let her into this room, which was the most offensive thing. The king starts to smile. He is pleased to hear such words, but he can't even imagine how nervous she was today and what it cost her to communicate with that ghost. And not only. If he thinks that it is hard for him alone, then it is not so. Everyone has their own problems, but she helps him, and he devalues everything that she does for him. And this is very unfair. This conversation had to happen sooner or later. It can't go on like this any longer. The queen is tired. It's the first time her assistants see her in such a state, but she's not even ashamed of it. She just says everything she thinks. She even asked everyone to leave the room. She wants to be alone with him, in peace and quiet. And now she has calmed down a little. You came rushing in late. She regretted everything she said, although there is nothing to be ashamed of. This is what she feels, and there is no need to be afraid to tell the truth. The girl is simply afraid of appearing too aggressive. She has always been kind, helped everyone, but such people most often suffer inside. And the most painful thing is not to throw all this anger out, as she did. She felt a mixture of shame and relief, and wanted to apologize to everyone right away. But she shouldn't do that, and perhaps deep down she understands that. The king is already gradually coming to his senses. He is also a little surprised by her behavior, although he believes that it would be better for her to behave like this than to hide her emotions and remain silent. He liked it when she wasn't ashamed and said everything that was in her soul. He saw her for real and even asked her to be like this more often. Hailey got confused again. She still couldn't figure out whether she did the right thing or not. The girl just looked at herself from the outside and thought that she did something wrong. At the same time, it seems to her that if it has become easier for her now, it means that she did everything right, and there is no need to always think about what others think. She has always worried about people's opinions, and now she needs to get rid of it. At this rate, if she sacrifices herself for others and is afraid to show her true self, it will not end well. She needs to release bad energy more often. She understands this herself. It will just be hard to get used to these new rules. Moreover, considering how much she does for other people, the girl has every right to be herself and not be afraid to offend anyone. She spent so long sorting out her thoughts that she didn't even notice how the king began to talk to her and even rose from his pillow. He starts saying very unusual words for himself, which she wanted to hear from him all this time. Namely, that if it weren't for her, he would have gone crazy long ago. And it's not a fact that he would have stayed alive. He is here now only thanks to her and only her. It is clear that he wanted to tell her much more, but for now he cannot overcome himself. This is the maximum he is capable of for now. At that moment, she didn't even answer him. For him now, it is much more important to understand how long all this will last, because her strength is not enough to drive away evil spirits from him every day. You need to find a way to get rid of them once and for all. Otherwise, even if she manages to help him, she herself will start having serious problems. Her body will not withstand such stress, and sooner or later, something terrible will happen. Then she will need help. At the moment when he asked her if she was very angry with him, the queen simply remained silent because no words would be enough to explain what she wanted to tell him. He must see and understand for himself how much she has done for him and how hurt she is when, after all this, he goes into danger, as if knowing in advance that she will not be able to help him and will calmly sacrifice her fortune. The girl didn't notice this before, but now it's obvious that he's taking advantage of her kindness, not realizing that it won't last long. Again, he doesn't even thank her for this, doesn't arrange any dates to at least make amends for his guilt. He just keeps silent and communicates with her only when he needs help. It can't be any other way, and like any other person, she is already starting to get tired of it. She doesn't see any reciprocity and helps only because no one else will do it. If before Hailey did it on her own initiative and she didn't care whether he thanked her or not, now she would still like to see or receive something in return. 2 days later, someone in the palace heard that Her Majesty had fainted again, and at a time when this should never have happened. Apparently, the girl had already weakened so much that she could not withstand elementary loads and did not last even half a day. Naturally, her father soon found out about this and used this information to insist again on sending his people to the kingdom. He doesn't care at all how his daughter feels. He wants to control Roderick, but this will forever remain in his dreams. The guy will never allow this. It turns out that the whole thing is that, in secret from the others, she was again making new talismans at incredible speed to restore the barrier in his bedroom, and in the end, she collapsed from exhaustion. The girl doesn't know this yet, but her father is already in the mansion. He came to talk to the king, but he doesn't fall for the manipulation and reminds that first of all, Hailey is his wife, and only secondly, the daughter of the Duke. Only one of them can decide what to do in this situation, and it is clearly not the Duke. The guy constantly hints to him about this, and even said several times that no matter how much they discuss this topic, his opinion will never change. He is the boss here, and the fact that the Duke is his wife's father does not affect anything. The man no longer knows how to regain his power over his daughter. Even though it is no longer possible, he does not stop inventing something and is not even afraid to come to the royal palace. The king, only out of politeness, does not spoil relations with him, although in fact he would not mind if there was an opportunity to never see this man again. He is only wasting his time and nothing more. No one expected it, but in the end the king allowed the Duke an audience with Her Majesty the Queen, that is, his daughter. Assistants do not understand why the gentleman made such a decision, why he began to give in to him, and in general did something that will not bring a drop of benefit. Here they are already approaching the room where the queen is resting. The guy couldn't help but check on her. It seems to him that she should have rested a long time ago, but at the same time, he is not going to bother her with conversations either. It will be a neutral conversation. He just wants to ask how she feels and won't linger long. He told her to continue lying down. There was no need to get up, especially since he wouldn't be there for long. Although, after all the help she had given him, he could have supported himself just by himself without his assistance. He can't talk to her at all. He constantly goes with them, and lately it seems that he does it on purpose. Maybe he's afraid, or maybe it's just a habit and he doesn't notice that he's never alone, and she might not like it. Roderick starts to tell how his shoulders have become lighter. He feels great, although it seems like he went as far as asking her about it. The girl is not very upset. She just sees how well the barrier works in this room. Not even a single bad spirit can get to it. Then he asks some strange question, that it hadn't been that long since she had recovered, and now she was bedridden again. Although actually, in case anyone had forgotten, it was all because of him. The guy promised himself that there would be no serious conversations, but he already starts telling her that her father is going crazy and wants to send people from the Duncan house. Although she already knows about it, it would be better if he told her that the Duke wants an audience with her. The girl wanted to speak, but she started coughing, and only now he remembered how weak her body was. She spent all her strength on him, and now no one would help her with this. I wonder if this person ever feels sorry for anyone. He just keeps silent, didn't thank me for anything again, and probably only came out of politeness. Hailey has already turned her back to him. She is lying on her side and feels some kind of injustice. Everything should have happened completely differently. Even the assistant looks at all this. He never ceases to be surprised by the gentleman's behavior. He is lucky that the girl got off with a slight weakness, although everything could have been much more serious. Roderick can't imagine what she had to go through to even be next to him at that difficult moment when everyone thought that it was all over. His end had come, and now with her last strength, she smiles and pretends that everything is fine. She might just get tired of it. The girl doesn't know if she'll be able to help him next time. She doesn't have even 1/3 of the strength she's already spent on him. It will take at least several weeks to recover, and during that time, he's unlikely to be safe. Everyone except him sees that she is doing the best she can, even when she was almost unconscious, thinking beyond the barrier for his own good. And he can't even offer a glass of water and come alone, without anyone as it should be in a normal relationship. The guy even managed to return to the conversation for her father, began to check whether she really did not want to have anything to do with him, and specifically offered to meet in the hope that she would not want it. The girl says that she plans to write him another letter of refusal, only more insistently, but again no one heard her, and everyone simultaneously paid attention to some object in her room, for which she had to immediately explain that it was just her hobby. She just carves different things out of a piece of wood, like a bracelet and other things, to keep from going completely crazy. Hailey is already confused about what they want from her. The topics are already changing faster than she can answer their questions, and the servants are watching as if they want to hear something specific. In the end, he asked her to get rid of this wooden stick and said that it was kind of strange. He didn't like it, and he wouldn't tolerate this object being in his house. Meanwhile, the maid comes. She reminds that it's time to take the medicine, right now. The lady thanked the woman, calmly drank a portion of medicine, and is already waiting for them to finally leave her alone. She even starts pretending to drink the rest, although there is nothing left in the cup, just to buy time and not talk to them. She has a feeling that they want to get some kind of phrase from her, although she has no idea what exactly, because they have talked about everything, but they do not calm down and do not go anywhere. When suddenly some magic happened, the king began to close his eyes and fell asleep, sitting right on the chair. There was no trace left of his insomnia, although all sorts of sleeping pills that they brought him did not help as effectively as the presence of the queen nearby. It is no longer a secret to anyone that it is she who has such a positive effect on him. Only no one knows what her secret is, how it happens, because it doesn't seem like she did it on purpose and made him torture her already. The assistants thought that the gentleman would fall asleep now. They would all go about their business, but it was not so. Hailey apologized and explained that such sleep could be harmful to health. Therefore, sleep now under no circumstances should be allowed. She starts to wake him up. Roderick opens his eyes and can't understand what just happened. He doesn't believe that he fell asleep so easily. Everyone around him starts to prove it to him, but he has already come to terms with his insomnia so much that he still doesn't understand what they are talking about. It has never happened that he would talk and then fall asleep a second later, as if nothing had happened. It's lucky that it happened now and not during some important conference. The guy looks at his wife and feels that if he closes his eyes now, he might fall into a deep sleep and won't wake up anytime soon. He didn't even try to fight this feeling. He decided that he needed to take advantage of it. He got up from his chair and asked his wife to move over, to lie down next to her and not miss such a wonderful opportunity to get a good night's sleep, especially during the day, which was almost impossible before. The head maid reacted quickly. She thought they had no right to stay, started throwing out her colleagues and wished them a good time. Hailey was a little embarrassed, although there was nothing wrong with that. He just wanted to sleep and didn't even start pestering her. She wants so much to tell him to go to his room, but she can't, and because of this, she herself is unlikely to get a good night's sleep. When the password began to lie on the bed without a pillow, she realized that he really wanted to sleep. Naturally, she gave him the second pillow and wished him a good and sound sleep. To which he replied that everything was fine, it wasn't worth it, as if he could lie comfortably without all these amenities. The main thing for him was to fall asleep. He didn't need a blanket. The lights off, the window closed, the presence of other people, he just slowly falls asleep and enjoys it. And then she makes a huge mistake, lies down facing him. Roderick opens his eyes and starts talking to her. He calls her very cute, says he has never seen her from this angle and in this situation, and he likes it. The guy thought that she also needed to sleep, especially since no one would disturb them now. They could lie down peacefully and wake up in the evening. The routine would blur a little, but the main thing was that they would both feel good. At some point, her eyes also start to close on their own. It's harder to talk. Hailey covered herself with a blanket and said that that's it. She's going to sleep. They could both fall asleep peacefully, but no, that was still a long way off, as if he deliberately didn't let her do it and said the phrase, "Forgive me for the first night," which immediately woke her up. The girl at first thought that she had misheard. She didn't quite understand what he meant by that and became very tense. Roderick looks into her eyes so intently that it's a little scary and alarming. And also these phrases on the first night, they are somehow strange. It seems like a hint, and it's very strange why he's thinking about it, especially now, if it could have been discussed at any other time. For a long time, she couldn't understand what he had to apologize for, because nothing like that happened. They didn't even quarrel, and then she remembers the nightgown that she herself tore for the sake of her talisman. The girl told him that it was she who tore it up. She remembers that moment perfectly well and is definitely not mistaken, which means he has nothing to apologize for. Could he really have been worrying about this all this time? And just because I don't quite remember who could have done it. Then he says that he understood everything, and now he needs to sleep and asks not to stare at him with such a smile as if he himself had not done the same. The girl understands perfectly well that he does not believe. However, she cannot tell him the truth. He still will not understand anything. And also, without noticing it, I started thinking about his problems before going to bed. Although now it would be better to think about myself. For him, Hailey had already tried a lot. She wished him good night, closed her eyes, and had already decided that she would not open them again. No matter what happened, even if he asked her to. Some time passed. All the servants were busy with their work. Some were trimming trees, some were cleaning the yard, some were doing wet cleaning. Someone is preparing food. Someone is making sure that everyone is working and no one is left idle. And meanwhile, in the room where the master and mistress are sleeping, there is complete peace. It is unclear how long they lay like that. Hailey began to wake up first and felt that something was wrong. She can't breathe. She feels some kind of suffocation. She was even a little scared and didn't understand what was happening. But then she opened her eyes, felt that her body seemed too heavy, and looking around more closely, she realized that her husband simply grabbed her in his arms, and probably they spent most of the dream like that without realizing it. She started to get very nervous. She wasn't used to such closeness and in general, and they didn't agree that nothing like that would happen between them. Hailey can't move. She starts to panic, although maybe the guy himself didn't notice how this happened. It's quite possible that she herself could have approached him, and they are both to blame for this. On the one hand, it looks very nice, but on the other hand, it will be a reason for conflict, unless, of course, someone calms down and stops exaggerating quite ordinary things. The girl is afraid to move too much so as not to wake him up, but at the same time, she wants to breathe in air, which means she has to choose one of two things. She had never been so close to him before. She even decided to count imaginary sheep, but it was unlikely to help her in any way. She's already starting to go crazy, although nothing terrible has happened. He is her husband after all, and even in his sleep, he couldn't control what he was doing. Moreover, it could have been that she would have been in his place. There is no need to blame anyone here. You just need to wait until he wakes up and maybe says something. And also, not only is he just touching her, now he has started to press closer, and the girl feels that something else is touching her. She's already sweating. She wants to scream at the top of her lungs and ask him to stop, but it's impossible. Over time, it became unbearable. The girl even thought that maybe he wasn't sleeping at all and was taking advantage of the situation to snuggle closer. This is far from being like a normal dream between two people. The guy seems to be using force, although this cannot happen in a dream. Hailey is slowly going crazy. She is all red. Her face is the same color as her hair, and probably her patience won't last long. Now she is starting to resist, raises her voice, asks him to move away a little, and even starts to beg for it. It is so unpleasant for her. He starts to hear it, opens his eyes with difficulty, starts to move, and probably everything that just happened was not on purpose. The girl thought that he would wake up now and apologize, but he only moved a little, lay down a little differently, and nothing changed. He only pressed her harder, and she realized that everything had only gotten worse. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything at all. Now he's just lying on top of her, and she doesn't even know what's worse, bearing that weight or enduring what she endured a few seconds ago. He also breathes so hard on her neck that it's impossible to believe he doesn't control it. It's like it's too weird. On the other hand, she had never seen him sleep before. Maybe he always tosses and turns and can't lie in one place. At some point, it became unbearable. The girl never thought that he was so heavy, but he doesn't have any extra weight yet. He weighs quite normally for his height, although it feels like he's 3 times bigger than her. It's becoming very difficult to breathe. This is no longer a joke. Now she'll have to wake him up no matter how much she wants to. She screamed that she couldn't breathe and ordered him to let her go, or else she would hit him hard on the back. Roderick didn't understand at first why she woke him up, why she was screaming, behaving strangely. But then he realized how he had just been lying and where. He immediately felt very awkward, although she thought he was again pretending as if there was nothing wrong with it. I don't even want to look him in the eyes. Her face is still red, and at least she needs some time to catch her breath. The king can't believe that he could have done something wrong. It was all completely unconscious, and now he doesn't even know what to say. He sits in one place trying to at least wake up. He doesn't want to say anything, but being silent is the worst thing he can do now. He has no words. Roderick really wants to turn back time, for someone to tie him up and for him not to come closer to her even a millimeter. He has such a terrible feeling, as if he did something that she was against. The husband lightly touched her shoulder, asking for forgiveness, because he understands how scared the girl could be and what she could think of. He didn't want everything to turn out this way, but he can't find the right words to describe how sorry he is for this situation. And then she turns to him, silently and unable to hold back the tears that accumulate and roll down her face. He gets the feeling that he beat her or did something bad that she asked him not to do. The first thing he thought about was to leave her alone, because maybe she was uncomfortable being in his presence. He thought that she would tell him something, but in fact, she is waiting for an explanation from him to make sure that he is at least ashamed of it. He starts begging her to tell him at least something. The situation is heating up, and it is not yet clear how it will end. The guy even took a risk, came up to her again, stroked her head, and asked her to answer just one question. Is she really not talking to him? The girl covered herself even more tightly with the blanket. She was shaking all over, although in fact nothing terrible had happened, and she had exaggerated a little. But you can understand her. It's not just like that he feels guilty, so she still has the right to be offended. Why did she explain that she wasn't even scared anymore? She was surprised. It was too hot. Her heart was pounding. It was ticklish everywhere he touched. So she was nervous, and now he was so gentle, not like his usual self. She didn't even understand for herself what she felt at that moment. Disgust, anger, interest, fear. Probably it was just something new for her. That's how she reacted. After that, he left her alone, asked her to rest, and promised that he would not come until she called him herself or left the room. Despite the fact that she has been alone in this room for some time, nothing has changed. Her heart begins to beat faster and faster. She does not know what is happening because she has never experienced anything like this. Her heart is still fluttering. Her face is red, and she is getting so hot. Although the room was recently aired and nothing like this should happen, Hailey has no doubt that she won't be able to fall asleep, and for some reason tears are appearing, but she doesn't feel bad. Meanwhile, exactly 10 days have passed since that moment. The king is even afraid to approach his wife's room. All his assistants start to notice this. They are already gossiping among themselves about it, but he pretends not to notice anything. All this time, the guy avoided her room because he thought that she would be uncomfortable. Although if you think about it, they are husband and wife. But on the other hand, They agreed that they just live in the same house and nothing special can happen between them. He had already completely stopped understanding what was normal and what wasn't, how she imagined her future life, and even how he himself. Considering the fact that the queen didn't want this marriage from the start and everything happened on his initiative, she has every right to behave this way. But it upsets him, and in the meantime, an assistant comes. He brought with him tribute from the mining region. In this box, there are some decorations. Here is a complete set, a necklace, earrings, a ring, and a bracelet. The king asked if Chae had seen the bracelet his wife was wearing. He thought her jewelry was strange. And was he planning to give her something, given the whole situation? Meanwhile, the girl is busy searching for the royal pedigree. She even turned to one assistant. Suddenly, she knows something about it, but the assistant says that unfortunately only royals can view the book, in which case she can offer some other entries, but only besides the royal family tree. Hailey didn't quite understand this because she is the king's wife, that is the queen. The girl asked if the assistant really wanted to say that she was not a royal person, and she replied that she didn't quite mean it that way. She says it is a copy of a document written in a language that only a few royals understand. She thought it would be more appropriate for Her Majesty to read something else that she could understand. She felt very ashamed of her words. The assistant began to apologize and explain several more times that the queen simply misunderstood her. In that case, the queen promised that she would just look at it and return it in perfect condition after some time. Naturally, the assistant did not argue with her. She had no right to refuse, so they agreed. It turns out that the girl thought everything through in advance. She has a ghost who knows everything and can easily read everything that is written here. To which he replied that she should figure it out herself. It looked like he was offended by something and wouldn't say what exactly. At first, the girl relied on Hailey's incomplete memories to survive here. So after a while, she decided to turn to her diary. But there was nothing useful there. And also, they don't even have common interests, and she simply doesn't understand most of the entries. So she had to come up with another way. She had already managed to set up a barrier and gave a talisman to scare away vengeful spirits from the room, said this and complained to the ghost so that he would have a desire to help, but it seems that he has no desire to do so. By some miracle, they were able to say this. He started reading this book from the very beginning, although he didn't really want to. It says that the first king, Arthurus Blake, he ascended the throne in the 20th year of the Chaean calendar at the age of 38. With the help of the Holy Sword, he defeated the Daemon Empire, which ruled the continent with the help of dark magic. Hailey quickly takes notes and makes notes. And meanwhile, the ghost continues reading. After this, he declared the independence of the vassal states and the founding of Chaean, second king, third king, fourth king, Ryan Blake, on the centennial of the founding. He made alliances with the Moline, Russell, and Duncan families to promote the fusion of cultures. From this, it can be concluded that Duncan was of a different race. It says about the 7th king and the 19th. The ghost was already tired of the situation. He asked to stop, but she asked to continue because the two of them had nothing else to do anyway. The 27th king, Roderick Peruse Blake, was born in the year 470th according to the Chaean calendar, ascended the throne in 497th. Nothing else is written about him here. The girl didn't even understand why the entry about the king was so short, although it was probably because he was still ruling and achievements are usually recorded by the next king. Hailey thought that since he was born in the year 470 on the Chaean calendar, and now it is 499, that means the king is now 29 years old. He is only 4 years older than her, and 8 years older than the real Hailey. Maybe that is why he treats her like a child. She has noticed it more than once. The 500th year, the time of changing the destiny of the nation, in the 10th year when the destiny of man changes, this year coincides with the critical time for the kingdom of Chaean and King Roderick. And also, this is a significant year when Queen Hailey died, and her place was taken by her soul from another world. Is this really another inexplicable sign from heaven? And then the little ghost asks when she last saw her husband. He is very glad that he does not see this man, but for their relationship, it is not very good, so he could not help but ask about it. For all the time he was away from here, the ghost felt as calm as possible and wants it to last for a while longer. In fact, the girl tried very hard not to think about it. She even forgot about its existence for a moment, but now the ghost himself reminded her of it. At the moment when she shamed him some time ago, after that incident, she felt awkward looking him in the eyes, and he himself did not show up. She would not invite him herself. Although it is not to say that she is very offended by him, she is simply waiting for some actions from him. She even had a habit from her past life that everyone avoided her, that no one was interested in her. That's probably why she lived so easily without him all this time. But it wasn't even a few days that passed. It was a few weeks that passed since then, and that's a lot. During that time, we could have seen each other. The girl went out into the corridor. Her assistant came up to her and asked if she could help her with anything, to which the queen replied that everything was fine. She was just looking around the castle because she hadn't left her room for a long time. In fact, she didn't just go out. She wants to look at her husband for at least a second, but at the same time, she doesn't admit to herself that she misses him very much. But this is really true. He is training now. Today, he chose a strong opponent for himself because he has not trained for a long time and does not want to train with weak ones because there is no point in it. It seems to him that it is better to have a few training sessions with the strong than a lot with those who are easy to defeat, and probably this is right. And then she felt her heart pounding again, just like it had then, next to him on the bed. She tried not to pay attention to it and asked what the assistant knew about these trainings. The woman said that His Majesty the King and Sir Jade were trained by the same master. They are quite close and often perform together before His Majesty's accession to the throne. At the same time, the woman has not seen them in battle for a long time. Lately, he has a lot of work and has no time for training. It is very good that he does not forget about it, and they train together as soon as the opportunity arises. Naturally, it was impossible not to notice that they both had a very impressive muscle structure. The king looked good during training, and the fact that the girl was thinking about it only said one thing. She likes him, but she doesn't even admit it to herself. It is clear that with each movement, his energy will increase. It will be restored more and more refined. Sparring with a close friend helps to gradually strengthen his heart, and this is very good. The girl thought that she too would like to find some hobby for herself to do in her free time, of which she now has enough. At some point, she decided to leave here so that he wouldn't notice her, but she thought about it too late. He just noticed her at the very moment when she just took a step. Literally, one moment passed. She felt a strong wind, as if something was approaching her with incredible speed, and it was him. Hailey doesn't understand how this is possible, because a second ago he was far away, and now he's holding her hand. She thought he would ask something like what she was doing here, why she didn't say anything, but he asked her not to leave, as if he knew all this time that she was watching him. She had to come up with something right away. She had no ideas, so she had to answer that she was just passing by him and hadn't been following him. She said that she was going to her room, and she was acting as if there was some kind of monster in front of her. The girl was shaking and could not clearly pronounce words. He immediately noticed this and asked to talk to him as usual, not to be afraid, because the fact that he had a sword in his hands meant nothing. In fact, she always felt like he was avoiding her, so the girl tried to keep her distance, and now she feels very awkward. After that, she wished him a good training and said that she had some things to do and she couldn't stay there. It seemed to him that she had stopped being afraid of him. The king really doesn't like this. He wants to solve this problem as soon as possible and stop seeing fear in her eyes when he is around, because that means she doesn't trust him, and no guy would like that. It's surprising that he's even trying to fix anything, and she's just making up excuses to get away from him. And then he took out of his pocket the very bracelet that the assistant had brought. He gave it to her and apologized again for that situation, if of course she could forgive him. It could have all happened much more romantically, but he said that her wooden bracelet was terrible and he couldn't look at it anymore. And of course she didn't like it at all. How can he judge her taste when he wants to fix the situation and apologize? This person clearly doesn't know how to do this, and it's a shame. The assistant decided to intervene in the situation. He said that the gentleman always says that, and it is better to just ignore it. The king got very angry and asked Jade not to interfere in his business. Otherwise, he would regret it during training. Hailey decided to calm him down a little, redirected his attention to herself, thanked him for this wonderful gift, and said that she would wear this bracelet every day. when suddenly he hits the sword on the floor, then throws it, then says that they have to go somewhere and doesn't really explain anything. He starts saying something about how they should continue her path, but the girl still doesn't understand anything. And in the meantime, the maid asked, "What about training?" The gentleman said that they would train tomorrow, and that was all for today, although he himself asked Jade to go out and compete to relieve some stress. They didn't even do a proper warm-up, didn't move on to the main workout, and he leaves so boldly, abandons his friend, as if they'd already done everything. The assistant did not spoil anything. He simply resigned himself. Although he was a little offended and did not understand how one could act like that, he believes that now the goal of stress relief has apparently been achieved. Meanwhile, these two are already going somewhere. Roderick asks how she is doing. She answers that everything is fine, but does not ask him the same in return. The guy asked in a dissatisfied voice if it wasn't customary to respond to a greeting with another greeting. Naturally, she asked him how things were, just so he would calm down. She explained that she wanted to ask because she hadn't seen him recently and thought he might be feeling unwell, which was why they hadn't seen each other for so long. He said that on that day she looked at him like he was a scary insect, and he still feels very uncomfortable remembering that situation. He acts as if it is she who should apologize and not him. In general, the king, as usual, considers everyone to be guilty except himself. The girl tries her best to pretend that she was actually expecting an apology, but he doesn't react to this at all, although she didn't expect anything else from him. Then she started smiling on purpose so that he would think that she was no longer indifferent to the situation, and she succeeded accordingly. He realized that he had been avoiding her in vain. Then they started talking about her hobby. He became interested in why, after he gave her a gorgeous bracelet, she didn't throw away her old one. She explained to him that in fact, they were both very valuable to her, no matter how much they cost. Moreover, making such bracelets is her hobby, and she will never throw away a single bracelet that she has managed to make during this time. The guy thought that she was making bracelets for herself only because she couldn't buy something better, because she had little money, and he couldn't imagine that it was just a hobby, nothing more. He even had to apologize. Everything he said before about her taste, it was really very ugly and wrong on his part. And then another spirit appears near him. She immediately noticed it and tried to drive it away. She had just accumulated a little strength and could easily do it. He might not even notice it. That's what actually happened. The king just returned at the moment when she hit the spirit and drove it away. If only Roderick knew the whole truth. He would never say anything bad about this wooden bracelet, because it is thanks to it that she rids him of spirits, as it was just now. The girl doesn't tell him anything about this on purpose. She took into account all her previous mistakes and realized that the less he knows, the better it will be for everyone, especially for him. It's very strange, but he suddenly changed the subject and started talking about some Arthur Forest. It seems to her that she once heard about it, but lately it has become increasingly difficult for her to distinguish her memories from Hailey's memories. It turns out that this is the most sacred forest, which has been here since the founding of the kingdom. Only the royal family can enter Arthur's forest. Nobles and officials are prohibited from entering. It has always been this way. It's not for nothing that Roderick started talking about this. He invites her to go to this forest, if of course she is interested in it. It's not clear yet why this is necessary. What's so special about it? We can only hope that he just wants to go on a date and spend time together without any important business or anything like that. Although she said that she was in a hurry, that she had some things to do, she forgot about it and immediately agreed to go to the forest. Gave her hand and doesn't even guess what awaits her next. It won't be just a forest, it will be something she's never seen before. Here they are already. It is so beautiful here that it is impossible to describe in words. Everything is very similar to an ordinary forest, but here everything is somehow different. She thinks that even some of the leaves that she can see up close are shining like diamonds. It looks amazing. There is so much energy here that at first it was very difficult to be in this place. Something seemed to knock her off her feet. Hailey first came to a place filled with divine energy. She even almost knelt down to pay her respects. She does not understand how such a place can exist. The spirit here is many times stronger than the one that her grandmother worshipped. And then she finds out that he doesn't see all this unusual glow. For him, it's an ordinary forest, and it's a pity. It's all very strange. The queen still thought it would be safer for the king to stay away from this haunted castle. She instinctively thought that the king would want to leave, but it seems she was wrong. The castle with Arthur's forest is the strongest shield that protects the king from evil spirits. All that remains is to understand when everything went wrong, where all these spirits came from, because surely there is a way to defeat them once and for all, so that they never return and are afraid to appear at the nearest distance to this place. But for now, these are only dreams. How pleasant it becomes just from the thought that whatever evil spirits did not want to attack him now, they can get into this forest, as if through some powerful doll. They will never be able to get here, even if they try to do it at the same time and stock up on the maximum amount of energy. It is not yet clear where he is leading her, because if this forest is not remarkable for him, it means that he wanted to show her not just this beauty, but something else, something more interesting. Meanwhile, for the first time since the wedding, she sees such pure energy in him. Probably it is useful for him to return from here to cleanse himself and at least somehow exist, if suddenly she can no longer help him. And then he stops. There are 2 stumps here. They will probably sit on them and talk about something. He hadn't taken care of her like that for a long time. He even laid some fabric on the stump so that she wouldn't be cold and would sit comfortably. They had already settled down as best they could, and he began to warn her never to come here without him, since people don't come here often, and it's unknown what might be deep in the forest. Despite these words, Hailey is sure that nothing bad will ever happen in this forest. It is too clean, so she thinks that there is no need to worry about it. Then she asked him if he felt any kind of good air when he came here, to which he replied that he simply felt that it was a good place and that he was very sorry that after inheriting the throne, he was busy and could not come here as often as he would have liked. The girl already knows that he has more free time, so she asked him to come here more often. He himself knows how useful it will be for him. She also suggested that he train with Jade more often. She simply asked him to trust her and explained that it was very useful for him. He felt like she was starting to talk to him as if he was a person who would soon disappear from his life, so he asked what she had already planned. The girl says that of course he won't believe the words of a man who recently tried to die by jumping into the water, but she didn't try to leave this world because she believes that people die when the time comes and everyone has their own time. Since she had already said so, she asked him to return the knife he had taken, fearing that she would do something dangerous to herself. She promised that she would only use it to make bracelets, because the bracelet's condition was already deteriorating and a new one needed to be created urgently. He says that she is much more stubborn than she looks, and so be it. He is ready to return this knife to her, since she asked for it so much and still has not forgotten about it. And then the girl felt that it was as if the time had come to talk about something important, about something that they had never talked about before. She probably won't be able to say this anytime soon, but she's been thinking for a long time that she really wants to live. She is afraid that fate cannot be avoided and that sooner or later she will want to die, just like the real Hailey. And the worst thing is that she never found out the reason why that girl did this. And she's scared to think that it could be because of him. Maybe he's some kind of tyrant, and all this time he's been pretending to be a normal person to gain her trust. She hasn't recognized Hailey or this man or anyone yet, and that's what confuses her more than anything else. They couldn't talk about it. Half an hour later, they returned home, went to their rooms, got some sleep, and then the next day arrived. Unlike how it usually happens, Hailey woke up much earlier. She even met the dawn and managed to meditate. She herself did not understand why she suddenly had such a desire, but she did it and decided that she would always do it now. It helps to clear the energy and start the day with complete harmony, and this certainly won't hurt now. She even started to feel differently. Meditation clearly did her good, and that's really great. Maybe this will become her new hobby so she can improve her mental health. And not only, meanwhile, a small ghost had already run up to her. It turns out that he also supported her with meditation and woke up as soon as she woke up. The girl just picked up the book. He immediately got upset and started praying that he wouldn't have to translate anything for her. This time she took the history of the Kingdom of Kaina. It is a huge red book in which you can probably find a lot of interesting things. The owner of the Holy Sword, the young man Arthur Lux Blake, nothing is known about the founder king's childhood. The young man saw how the corrupted Daemon Empire used evil forces to establish everything related to tyranny. He rose up with the holy sword and defeated the empire with divine power. As the destruction progressed, the families of the Diamond Empire began to split apart. The Mellon, Russell, and Duncan families, who were once great nobles of the Diamond Empire, were later incorporated into the new kingdom of China and became high in status in the noble society. And meanwhile, the king, as usual, is immersed in work from the very morning. They discuss important matters with assistants, and very unexpectedly, that same madness that had not been there for a long time returned to him. In the first minutes, no one noticed this. Almost no one looked him in the eye. Everyone was busy with the discussion, but when the king grabbed his head, everyone immediately understood everything. Some even thought of calling the queen, but were afraid to act without his knowledge. The biggest problem is that if you ask him if he needs any help, he can react very harshly, and this person will regret it later. People have already seen more than once that in such situations, it is better not to bother him at all and to stay away without attracting much attention to yourself. But that's not all. Since among all these people is Duke Duncan, everything becomes even more dangerous. The guy was not very well disposed towards him from the start, and now in such a state, it is scary to even imagine what to expect from him if the Duke says something he does not like. Surprisingly, everything went very calmly. The madness evaporated somewhere, and they said goodbye to the Duke very quickly. He was very pleased. He turned red, clenched his fists, as if he didn't understand that this wouldn't change anything. He could be angry as much as he wanted. The king had the last word anyway. All this time, Hailey was in her room. She didn't even know that her father was here today, and maybe it's even for the best. She is busy creating another bracelet or maybe some other decoration. She hasn't decided yet, since the past is already losing its power. It was necessary to urgently create something else. There is peace and harmony in her room. She spends her time very productively. She was even able to not think about anything bad when suddenly she is informed that her husband is coming to her, who is literally tired of her father and wants to complain about him. The man has already come for the 9th time in 3 days, but at the same time, he cannot refuse him. At the same time, the Duke accepts the refusal very easily. It seems that he just comes to check if everything is okay with his daughter, although he is not the kind of person who would be interested in this, even if something really happens to her. In response, she just laughed, decided not to take on this negativity, and of course, he didn't like it. He was stressed from the very beginning of the day, and she reacted as if it wasn't her problem. Hailey asks how he thinks she should react. He knows very well that she tries not to get involved in his affairs unless it involves danger or spirits. She's recovering as best she can, trying not to fill her head with bad thoughts. And while he wasn't here, she was doing pretty well. He didn't even want to argue with her. In principle, she was not guilty of anything, and he didn't demand anything from him. And after that, as usual, he wanted to talk about anything. Although in reality, it would have been better if he had gone about his business, and she had finished what she was doing. And then what she was most afraid of began. He became interested in what she was doing, asked for more details because he perfectly understands that this is not just a hobby, because she could draw or do something more interesting and not suffer with these wooden objects all day long. She has no idea what to say to that. Naturally, she's not going to tell him the truth and is stalling to come up with something he might believe. Apparently, someone is very bored. Although at the same time, he has every right to be interested in what his wife does in her free time. Even the assistants suspected that this did not look like an aesthetic decoration at all, and that there must clearly be some meaning in it. And considering that she has some abilities, perhaps this could be somehow connected with this. He is even interested in what she created this time. It is not a bracelet at all, but some kind of figurine where you can see some strange face, even with teeth. During this time, while he was wondering why she was doing this, she could think of nothing better to do than explain that the carving just helps her calm down, and in general, at first hints that they are bothering her and that she could have finished everything a long time ago. He could only say that it was a rather unusual hobby for her age, and since he again brought up the topic of age, she answered him that he doesn't look his age either, and she said it on purpose to sound like a hint that he also looks younger than he actually is. And that's very offensive for any guy, especially one who cares about looking stronger and more powerful than he actually is. In any case, the king himself started this conflict and should understand what it's like to hear ridicule about age. The guy's completely confused. He doesn't know what to answer to this. He has never been told such a thing, and she is the first one who dared to do so. He even came closer to her and, just in case, asked if she thought she had said too much, hinting that he could apologize. But she did exactly what he usually does, laughed and pretended that nothing like that had happened. So she had already managed to finish this figurine, and as it turned out, she made it for him. But not just like that, naturally, to protect him from spirits. But he doesn't need to know about it. It's enough to just put it somewhere near the bed in the room and forget about it. He wanted to politely refuse it. He thinks it looks disgusting and will only ruin his mood every morning when he looks at it. Hailey says that she gives it to him not because it is beautiful, but because it was made with care, although she herself would not want to keep something like this in her room. And then the real manipulation begins. She starts saying that if he doesn't like her figurine so much, then she'll take it for herself and never give him anything else. The king was a little confused. He didn't want to offend her so much, but at the same time, he didn't want to accept this figurine either. In the end, they agreed that he would leave it near his bed, and under no circumstances would he throw it away. She even promised to personally supervise this moment. Hailey thought that if he was in a bad mood, he would most likely just throw this figurine somewhere far away, or maybe even out the window. So she hinted that the fact of how well he would sleep at night and how many spirits would appear in his room directly depended on this figurine. The closer this figure is to him, the better it will be for him. Now he already looked at it differently, and this is not surprising. But that's not all. The figurine is so special that if Hailey is not there when he needs help, he can just pick it up, say its name, and the amazing power will help him just like his wife would. The girl put a lot of her energy into it. It's a bit of a pity that it won't be very aesthetic, but the main thing is the properties that are inside. No one could have imagined that an ordinary hobby hid so many interesting things, and in fact, the girl does not even regret that she told about it, because the figurine is already ready anyway, and the king is unlikely to allow it to be taken away from him. Now he will take care of this talisman, and it doesn't matter how many people know what abilities he has. As it usually happens, he can't find the right words to comment on what he thinks about it, although inside he is sincerely grateful to her. Just think, just recently he took the knife from her, thereby almost making a huge mistake. He is very pleased to realize that she even came up with a hobby for herself that would be connected with his safety. Now he understands that he never does useless things, and he will never allow himself to interfere with her in this. In the end, she gave him another figurine that she managed to make yesterday evening. Roderick looked at it and couldn't even imagine how much power was in these two figurines. One would have been enough for him for a very long time, but now he has two of them, and this is a very valuable gift. The girl says that she can easily make at least 10 of them, as long as there is some benefit from it and he doesn't throw anything away, especially since she is starting to like doing it. The king doesn't have time to get used to what she does for him. He owes her so much that he doesn't even know what he can do to help her on the same level as she does. You can't even surprise her with any jewelry, any money, anything. If he only knew what she really needed, he would have done it a long time ago. But it's all very simple. It's just attention, which she will really appreciate. At some point, he said that he was leaving and ordered everyone to stay there and not go anywhere, and in such a voice as if he was angry. It was a bit strange. He didn't even ask any of them to go with him. He left them all here. While everyone started to think what happened, the girl immediately redirected her attention to something else and did not waste time thinking about where he went. She finally learned to think about herself, especially since the guy left himself and asked that no one bother him. Now it was evening. The king spent some time alone. Then he came into the room and went to bed, and next to him were those two figures, which is what they had agreed on. At first he had little faith that they would be of any use. He simply believed his wife and fell asleep peacefully. At some point, when he was already asleep, a dark spirit starts approaching him, and if he feels bad now or notices its presence even a little, it means that the figures still don't work, or they need to be used somehow differently. In the end, a lot of time passed. The next day has already come, which means that everything worked. The guy didn't even wake up once during the whole night and feels very good. He gets up from bed calmly, nothing bothers him. His head feels great, and finally life begins to feel new. He had been missing this for a long time. These figures turned out to be a real salvation, because if it weren't for them, he would have suffered the whole night, because he wouldn't want to wake anyone up and call for help. Apparently, his wife took this into account and prepared in advance. Now he begins to appreciate even such moments. Before he had no strength, the next day begins. But now everything is fine. He already wants to see people, talk to them, enjoy life and everything that surrounds him. Since they still sleep in different rooms, the queen does not yet know how he slept and is eager to hear whether her efforts had any effect. As she promised herself yesterday, she also started this day with meditation. How good it is that everything has worked out for everyone. There are much fewer problems, and what can't help but please, this directly affects their relationship. Now Hailey is worried about only one thing. If only he would come to her with a smile and tell her that everything is fine with him. For her now this is the main thing. She even felt a little sorry for the real Hailey, who never saw her husband as a happy man at least once, at least for a couple of minutes. And then she already hears some noise, thinks that it is probably the king who came out of his room and is already impatiently waiting for him to come to her. But he is still not there. Probably the maids have started cleaning, although something inside her tells her that she definitely needs to look at it and check what is going on there. Hailey remembers that the little ghost has very good hearing and can easily convey everything that is being discussed in the corridor. Someone is discussing that Roderick is going crazy again, and they say that today he is even worse. But this is impossible. This hasn't happened recently, especially since after the talismans. He should feel great for at least a few more days, maybe even more. Without understanding the situation, the girl begins to blame herself and thought that she couldn't solve this problem on her own. She wants to hope that the ghost heard everything wrong, but her mood is already spoiled. It's very strange. But at that moment, the images of the king and Lawrence were somehow mixed up in her head. It was some kind of sign. She doesn't understand what it is. Maybe it's somehow connected with the real Hailey and her friends. Probably everything will become clear with time. First, you need to leave the room and check if everything is really as bad as the ghost heard. Hailey did it anyway. She went out into the corridor and immediately heard that a lot of people were trying to help the king. He really feels very bad, and she just wants to believe that this is a dream, but not reality. She is already running towards him with all her might, holding back from crying, because she sincerely believed that this would never happen to him again. Her assistants asked her to be careful. They said that today everything is much more serious than it was before, and no one understands how this could happen. Some even wanted to forbid her from approaching the king, but when they saw that nothing could stop her, they simply got out of the way. She approaches him very carefully. It is so difficult for her that it is impossible to even put into words. Hailey does not believe what is happening, and constantly tries to pinch herself to wake up and find out that it was just a bad dream and her husband didn't suffer at all. People are starting to fear for the queen. Today, the king has a very cruel look, as if he can harm any of them, especially if you come too close to him. Suddenly, Roderick can't stop wondering how the queen is always so decisive and not afraid to approach him even in such situations. But many don't understand that she simply has no choice. She is the only one here who can somehow influence the situation, so she simply cannot act differently. Since the situation is not easy, she begins to say some words, squeezes her talisman. Although inside she is very afraid to do this, and if there was an opportunity not to approach, she would gladly take advantage of it. She feels better than anyone how dangerous it is, how crazy her husband is now, but this should not affect her actions now. She will be able to get to him and be safe only if she is confident in herself and does not dare to doubt that something will not work out. To prevent all the bad things that surround the king from attacking her, she created a special dome for herself, through which it is incredibly difficult to pass further. With the help of the dome, she seems to push away all the bad and approaches her husband to protect him too. At that moment, it was very clearly visible how the guy came to his senses. He became less aggressive, the spirits moved away, and even people noticed it. The girl came up to him and started touching him with her hand, because she knows that this also eases his pain. She missed him so much, wanted to tell him a lot, and even wanted to apologize, that she couldn't save him even for a whole day. although she thought it was possible. Roderick replied that he had slept very well today and felt great during the first half of the day, and the fact that the spirits had attacked him already in the middle of the day was not important to him at all. The main thing is that he had accumulated strength, had slept well, and was even able to resist them a little, and half the time he didn't even feel any pressure from them. The king is grateful to her. Although the girl thinks that she has not done much, he does not think so and believes that it is still too much. At the very least, she eased his suffering several times. He got a good night's sleep and even almost dealt with the spirits for half the time they were near him. Even now, after this attack, he feels much better than before, and that's already not bad. Meanwhile, Roderick fell asleep next to her again. His wife acted on him like a sedative, and his assistants never cease to be amazed at this. They look at what is happening as if it were some kind of miracle and cannot imagine what they would do without her. No matter how terrible it sounds, if it were not for her, some of them might not be alive anymore. The guy can't even put into words how good it is for her when she's around, but to this day he hasn't said a single word about it. And also, he is very much afraid that when he is in such a crazy state, he can harm her. So once again, he asked her to take care of herself and at least sometimes leave him without trying to help. The girl replied that he couldn't even imagine how impossible it was. She would never stand aside when he was feeling bad, even if she had to sacrifice herself, and that was not up for discussion. The whole problem is that when the king goes mad and spirits try to control his consciousness, the guy doesn't distinguish who is in front of him, his wife or someone else. He perceives everyone around him equally and is afraid that one day she might suffer because of this. But at the same time, he understands that without her, he can suffer for days without stopping. He is already confused about what to do best, but here everything is obvious. She will simply never abandon him in trouble and will do the best she can, no matter what. Even though he has his own thoughts on this matter, she is his wife, and at the very least, she is obliged to help and be there in any situation. The king realized that no matter how much he asked her about it, she would still do it her way, and there was no point in these conversations. Now he just wants to rest, regain his strength, and even wants to return to the room because he remembers how good it was there. He even wanted to ask her to make so many of these figures that they could be placed all over the house and even on the street. In fact, she herself thought about it. She just often doesn't have enough time for it. Probably he doesn't even have to ask about it. The queen herself will try to do it. Now she needs to think about what to do with him. The king fell asleep right in her arms, and if no one helps her carry him to the room, she will have to stay with him for some time. And then she gets an idea. She asks her assistant to take the king to Arthur's forest more often. He himself forgets about it, but if others remind him, it will only be better for him. This is a very good idea, but there is an important point. Only someone from the royal family can enter there, so he will not be able to control him in that forest. He must go there either by himself or with his wife. The girl somehow didn't think about it. She forgot about it and got a little upset. Everything turned out to be not so simple. Finally, the next day came. The queen did not even leave her room. She decided that she would be here until the evening, would sleep and rest, restoring her strength to the maximum. She doesn't want to see anyone, go anywhere, do anything, and probably she deserves it more than anyone else. Today, I don't even feel like meditating. I want to be as unproductive as possible. And in fact, it's normal. Sometimes you need to give yourself a weekend like this so you don't go crazy. Today, she plans to spend the day without thinking about anything, without rushing anywhere, and she has wanted this for a very long time. Although she thought that her husband would not come to her today, he did not warn her and came very unexpectedly. And when she asked what he needed, the guy asked if he really needed some reason to come to his wife, and he was probably right. She can't even believe that he can come to her just like that, without a reason. It's almost impossible. No way. Moreover, she remembers only one case when he came to her without a reason. It was when he accidentally confused this room with his own late at night. Suddenly, he suggests having a small tea party and said that today he also plans to relax and not burden himself with any work. It's amazing how their desires coincided so much, because she didn't even tell anyone about it. And in the meantime, everything was already ready. He asked to prepare the most delicious type of tea for them, to bring several types of sweets, because he knows very well how much his wife loves them, especially those with filling, And it doesn't matter what kind, Hailey thanked for such a wonderful breakfast. Before, for some reason, she didn't think to choose sweet food instead of salty. She usually asked to cook scrambled eggs for her, but as it turned out, that's also possible. That's what it means, a habit that develops over a lifetime. But if she loves sweets so much, she could easily ask for any cookies or cakes with tea for breakfast. The guy's looking at her so mysteriously, he is not eating anything. He has not even touched anything, which means that the tea party was not just arranged for no reason. He clearly wants to tell her something. Naturally, the girl noticed this and thought about anything but what he really wanted. The king begins to hint that he would really like her to give him a massage, and for it to last a very long time. She doesn't even know how to react to this. She's already thought of all sorts of things about herself, and it's all about a regular massage. She had already managed to get nervous several times, but fortunately, he didn't say anything serious. He just wants to relax, and it's very good that he wasn't afraid to ask about it, which means he began to trust her more. It's very interesting how he imagines it. Hailey even thought that in this way, he wants something more than just a massage, but for now, this is only her suspicion. You can expect anything from this person. On the one hand, she can't refuse him, but on the other, what will she do if the massage gradually starts to develop into something else? She is embarrassed by the fact that he usually never asked for this, and the king is not the kind of person who likes to be touched a lot, and especially for a long time. He is clearly up to something, although in reality, she doesn't even know whether she likes it or not. Maybe she would like what she suspects him of, but again, she is afraid to admit it to herself, probably like himself. Now everything depends on how much they are ready to give free rein to their desires and emotions. They will have such an opportunity, and what will come of it? Everything depends only on them. And then the most interesting thing began. He began to think that she was seducing him and had specially put on such an open dress so that he would look only where he needed to. And all because the ropes that hold the front of her dress came undone, and it was impossible not to notice. The guy asked to fix it, because it was almost impossible to continue talking calmly. In fact, Hailey didn't even notice when it happened. She felt awkward, but he will never believe that it was like that. The way she reacts, he is sure. It is the most common provocation, nothing more. She starts to tie these ropes, but her fingers are shaking and nothing works. And he keeps looking away, as if he is not interested in returning his gaze there again. The problem is that she wears different dresses every time. She doesn't choose them herself. Deborah does it for her, so the girl is not used to them and has no idea how to tie them correctly. This is also always done for her. And when she decided to call an assistant to solve this problem as soon as possible, the woman ignored and even turned away, but only with a good purpose, all for the sake of their relationship. After the king blushed all over from the mere sight of the open dress, the assistant suspected that there was nothing between them, and if there had been, in this situation, nothing and no one would have been embarrassed. Roderick looked to the side and saw this. The servants no longer hide how they gossip about him, and he himself was no different in their place. And then it starts. For the sake of his own reputation, the guy tells her, "Take your hands off," and starts tying her dress instead of her. He does it very boldly on purpose so that no one else would doubt that he is not afraid to touch her. He takes these thin strings. He's never done anything like this before, but somehow it all happened by itself. And looking at Hailey, she is all red. Worried, there has never been such a close relationship between them. And now he even touches her tender skin with his hand. Then, so that she would stop being so embarrassed, I finished everything as quickly as possible and said that she was very beautiful. She's sitting there shaking. Compliments clearly won't help here. Hailey didn't ask him to do this and thinks it's too indecent. And before touching her in those places, you should have at least asked or warned her so that she was ready for it. And it would be even better if he pretended not to notice anything. In the end, after this conversation, the assistants were again convinced that they were only pretending to be a couple. And in fact, there was nothing serious between them, just a formality. A very awkward situation happened, but the king understood that it was not a provocation. Hailey did not hint at anything, and that he himself came up with all this stuff, for which he later regretted. In the end, he apologized to her, promised that he would only look her in the eyes, but admitted that sometimes it was very difficult. At first, the king thought that he had simply made her a little embarrassed, but more and more seriously, but she perceived his act as impudence, especially in front of everyone. She closes herself off from him, somehow distances herself. It is obvious how uncomfortable she is, and of course, the king begins to feel more and more guilty. In any case, she had already decided for herself that she would never again wear a dress similar to the one she wore today. She already understood that this only attracts unnecessary attention, and she is not interested in it and does not need it at all. He wants to hear only one thing from her, that she is no longer angry and that she looks him in the eyes again, because he is no less embarrassed than she is. Just for a while, the girl went into the room and he returned to his office again, because as usual, he was full of things to do. The king was already busy, as an assistant came to him to convey something. This concerns the matter that he received from him quite recently. In his hands is a report on a case that needed to be investigated, and here is what he managed to find out about it in a couple of days. The cause of death of the first wife who became the bride of His Highness. By all accounts, it is obvious that the accident was committed with the use of poison. As expected, it was necessary to investigate it back then, but better late than never. He also brought several other documents, but they are not as important as the first one, and the gentleman is incredibly grateful for this. This is exactly what he needed. He thought that was all, but the assistant left the most interesting for later, and now says that there is still some diary that Her Majesty brought with her from the duchy. They say it's somewhere around 10, and after arriving at the palace, she doesn't write in it, but just sometimes opens it to read, so maybe they'll get some important information about the Duncans from the diary. But that's not certain. The assistant is even ready to study the entire contents of this diary so that the master does not have to do it. The king asked to do this as much as possible, because he understands that the assistant has other things to do, and then asked, "Laziness has not been doing anything lately." Duncan Duchy, the guy replied that they still insist on reinstating Albert Duncan in office. In fact, the king would not have liked this very much, but he said that perhaps the queen could at least be allowed this. And also, Roderick doesn't want to become an impudent man who reads his wife's youth diary, so he thinks that taking it without permission is not the best idea. In the end, they decided that this was enough talk about the Duncans. The king asked Jade to go warm up. They hadn't trained for a long time. Meanwhile, the queen's situation is no easier. That ghost has returned to her again, and she ignores it and pretends not to notice. He appeared just at the moment when she wanted to take a break from everything and unload her thoughts. Although at any other time, she would not have been happy to see him either. The ghost is so talkative that you just want to use earplugs and sleep while he talks. She even told him directly that she didn't want to see him, and he reminded her that he wasn't a bad spirit at all, as she thought. And if she talked to him for at least a couple of minutes, she would understand that she had behaved in vain. Because of all these recent events, she is more tired than when she spent her energy on healing her husband. It sounds strange, but it is true. Just in case, the ghost reminded again that he is not a vengeful spirit. Ah, a guardian. So there is no need to be afraid of him. He will never do anything bad to her or to others. To which she replied that what difference does it make whether he is good or bad? Because of people like him, she continues to participate in the world of the dead. But she wants to live like an ordinary person. It seems to him that for the one who says that, she creates problems for herself and then suffers because of it. The girl herself understands this. She even began to feel that perhaps it is worth talking to him, but something stops her. Hailey couldn't take it anymore and asked him to leave again, because she didn't see any benefit in her spending her free time on him now. Meanwhile, the training began. The king rarely asked for it himself, but this time, surprisingly, he didn't even have to be persuaded. And also, Roderick is a little unhappy that some of the knights have become much stronger than Jade, and before, the two of them were the strongest. Just a few months ago, all the other knights were begging Jade to train with them to become as strong as him. The king even thought about training with the knights, because Jade is already really weaker, but he still doesn't abandon him or even hints that there should be more training in his routine. Suddenly, the guy had some strange, unpleasant premonition. He immediately abandoned Jade in training and started running to Hailey. He even felt that she was somewhere nearby, on the street and definitely not in the house. Roderick has no idea what all this means, but it is better for him to make sure that everything is okay with her than to stay at training and constantly think about it. He ran in the direction his heart told him to, but there was a garden by the lake, and that was already scaring him a little. He looked around carefully, but he doesn't see her yet. And until he finds his wife, he definitely won't go back anywhere. The guy went down to walk around the entire lake. His heart was pounding, and he could only hope that nothing bad was waiting for him. And then something interesting started to happen. Hailey thought to take advantage of the ghost's presence and asked him a question that would be interesting to hear the answer to. If he is a guardian spirit, then why doesn't he help King Roderick or anyone else? As far as she understood, he has plenty of time, and, as it seems to her, he hardly does anything useful. While she was asking about this, another question arose. No less important, whether that person had committed a serious sin to deserve such suffering for the rest of his life. And if the ghost could answer these two questions, she would truly be grateful to him. The ghost didn't expect such questions. He even grabbed his head and started thinking whether she should know about this at all. Then he smiled, which means he has an answer to this question, and most likely he knows much more about it than anyone else. Here she already begins to listen to him very attentively. The ghost came as close as possible and seemed not even against telling her the whole truth. When her hands were literally reflecting the fact that she would soon learn a huge secret, the ghost smiled again and asked if she could seriously think that he would tell her this information, which he himself would not even want to think out loud about. So that the girl doesn't get too upset, he says that this is a mystery of nature, and if she wants, she can figure it out herself, according to him. This is very real. The main thing is to try. As usual, she only suffers from talking to ghosts. They are of no use, and this one only disappointed and did not help at all. Hailey is in complete despair. She has no strength for anything. She is tired of getting to the truth, doing more than she can, and in general, she has forgotten the last time she was happy. She has other people's problems in her head. She is already starting to dislike the fact that she puts others first and forgets about herself. There are so many questions around, so much that is unclear. No one tells her the truth, but when it comes to talking, everything is right there. She still didn't understand what the point was in this ghost coming to her. If he didn't need anything, then most likely he was just feeding on her energy. And then he addresses her by name, although this is not the name in whose body she is now, but the name with which she lived in a past life, Marie. Without realizing it, she looked in his direction again, and then the ghost asks if he understands correctly that she and Hailey died once each. Although this is true, but it is not yet clear why he spoke about this. Then he starts asking what she has left to fear, as if this means that no matter what danger she finds herself in, she will still survive, and that is her additional ability. At least that's what she understood, but maybe it's not like that at all. The girl's patience will soon run out. Her head already hurts so much that it's impossible to listen to anyone. She wants to be spoken to in normal words, clearly, to the point, without all these hints. It seems that they don't know how to do that here. She thought about it from the first day, as it turned out in this case, but it seems that this is how it is. Here, many are afraid to say too much and choose not to say anything at all, which is very annoying. In any case, there is no point in being angry at the ghost. He won't do anything bad to her anyway. It's just a pity that he haunts her and doesn't let her be alone, and that's what she needs so much. Meanwhile, the ghost warns that her husband is coming to her, which means that now she will definitely not be left alone. People and ghosts seem to have conspired. The girl noticed even from afar that he had a very worried face. She immediately wanted to calm her husband down and ask why he wasn't at training. The ghost began to hint that the king might be jealous, but she just laughed because that was too much. At this moment, the ghost remembers Hailey's question. Why? Since he is so strong, he never helped the king with the spirits, and since he upset her a little, he decided to fix the situation. Although after a little training, the king doesn't really feel the bad energy, there were spirits near him, and before leaving, the ghost dispersed them. He didn't even have to strain himself to do this. He just thought about making them disappear, and that's how it happened. But really, if he is so strong, then why doesn't he help those who suffer terribly? He has known about this for a very long time. There must be some reason. The ghost said goodbye and a second later was already in the sky on a horse, so as not to embarrass anyone and give them time to talk. Hailey, of course, knew that he was very strong, but she didn't think that he was so strong. She also wanted to not waste her strength, think about something and help people. And now the king has arrived. He is all excited. he begins to look around to see if there is any danger for her, and with his whole appearance, he shows how he was in a hurry to get to her. It is important for him to know why she is here, why she is not in the room, because they agreed that she should not go near the water. She immediately realized that it was the lake, so she explained that she hadn't gotten too close, and that in general, this distance was enough to run to a safe place if something happened. On the one hand, it's really nice that he's so worried, but on the other hand, if he starts running every time there's water nearby, it'll be a bit stressful, and she hasn't thought about how he even knew that she was here. Hailey first says that since she is a queen, she has the right to be anywhere, especially since she is very attentive to such moments, to danger, and wants him not to think that she is too frivolous in going for a walk, especially where there is water. She is not going to jump in there. She just wanted to admire the beautiful view and sit in silence. Even though the girl explained everything, something still bothered him. He didn't leave her alone, sat down next to her, and just started being silent. She looks at my hair, and he doesn't even blink and directs his gaze to one point. It looks a little strange. She definitely won't drive him away if he wants to be together so much. Then so be it, Hailey will only be glad. Unless, of course, he starts asking some strange questions and setting up additional rules, controls, and all that stuff. She is a little embarrassed that today he is especially nervous. She herself began to fear this place, thought that maybe it would be better to leave. But then she stopped thinking about the bad and winding herself up because of him. She hadn't paid attention to it before, but now she wondered what had attracted the king's attention, the noble spirit or her energy, which was close to the water. Meanwhile, she got tired of everyone talking only about her. She started to offer him to go to that very forest, especially since he interrupted his training and it wouldn't hurt to gain strength. Now is a great time for a walk, and if he wants, she can go with him without any problems and even with joy. Finally, he smiled, although there was a hint of anxiety in this smile. Still, it was better than before. As usual, it wasn't possible to talk calmly. He would say something that would hurt her, then vice versa. When they are silent, everything is fine. But as soon as he starts talking to her, it sounds like some kind of joke or an attempt to ruin everyone's mood. She is not used to him. It is very difficult to talk to him, especially when he is in such a state. She is even afraid to ask him why he is so scared, because he will never tell the truth. On the other hand, she likes being around him. She feels like he is a family member. It's just a pity that she is not sure that it is mutual. At one time, he shows the maximum amount of care. At another time, he acts as if he doesn't want to see her. And at a third time, she doesn't understand him at all. With all this, he is a very secretive person who is difficult to understand. Hailey thinks about this relationship very often before going to bed. Like any other girl, she would like it to be as it should be. With feelings, but in connection with this whole situation, it is not even worth dreaming about. It seems like he is not the person who can give it to her. She had long dreamed of romantic dates, compliments, but they were like husband and wife. But at the same time, two strangers to each other. I wonder which of them will have feelings first. Sooner or later it should happen, but probably it will all start with her. There is somehow more tenderness in her. Thoughts about it. The king hardly ever thought about the fictitious marriage growing into something real. Meanwhile, he liked the idea of going to the forest. He got up, gave her his hand, and asked to go together because he would not go anywhere alone. It would be too boring. There is another problem. His wife is sometimes afraid to be with him for too long, although she herself does not know why she has such a feeling. Even now, she has already changed her mind and asked him to go to the forest alone. She justifies herself by saying that she walked a lot today and does not want to strain herself too much. Accordingly, he has a question about how he can go there alone, because she herself suggested this idea and wanted to go together. As usual, she couldn't refuse. She supported him anyway, and now they are already in the forest, even though it's getting dark outside. It doesn't bother them. Hailey will never be able to get used to the fact that the energy of this forest literally permeates her from the inside. She herself is healing a little and is very glad that there is such a place here. For the king, it is simply necessary. Roderick always became much stronger and more resilient from just being here. If there was an opportunity, she would go here with him every day, but something always gets in the way. They sit next to each other, each in their own thoughts. He is concentrated and she is relaxed because Only here can she calm down, and only here does she not have to think about how to help him. This forest helps her husband, and at such moments she feels very at ease. But they just came here. It's hard to imagine what will happen if he touches some tree or stays here for half a day. She would have liked to see that. In the end, he also relaxed so much that he decided to sleep, and again on her feet. The guy seemed to read such thoughts and decided to stay here for a couple of hours. He thinks it's a good idea. It will give him energy for a few days, especially since there's no rush. And so that he wouldn't relax so much. She did as he did, joked, "What is she to him? A pillow, or how can this be explained? Maybe she also wants to lie on his lap," to which he replies that it would be better if she were not a pillow, but, for example, a blanket. Hailey reminded him that, in fact, you shouldn't say such indecent things to a lady, although he's not interested. He found only one excuse, that if she wanted, she could also joke about him like that, with ambiguous phrases. For Hailey, there is no need for this, because it is enough for her that he speaks, and with each word it becomes more and more interesting. But at the same time, it is awkward. In the end, they settled down quite comfortably. Roderick looks at the sky, she looks at him, and everyone is happy. They felt so comfortable that she even gave him a light massage, and didn't even notice how she started doing it. Surprisingly, their relationship is full of scandals and various troubles. Far from normal, but they are still comfortable even in the middle of the forest, without normal amenities, just lying on the ground. Perhaps this situation will somehow help and they will become more warm towards each other. At least that's what we can hope for. Everything was too wonderful. Hailey had already begun to enjoy the harmony when he remembered that next month there was another hunting tournament, and this made her whole body tremble. She doesn't even want to hear anything about it. He, as always, knows how to ruin the most beautiful moment. Now she just wants to hit him, but she feels a little sorry, and that's the only reason she doesn't do it. He urgently needs to come up with some plan to ruin the hunt. He is obliged to cancel all plans, and the reason why he can do this does not exist. Even though the guy understands that this is the most dangerous thing for him and remembers how it all ended last time, this is his hobby, and we will have to try very hard to make sure he doesn't go anywhere. It seems impossible, but Hailey is ready for anything. If she experiences all the same feelings as last time, she simply will not survive it. She felt very hot, uneasy. She couldn't relax anymore. The evening was completely ruined and nothing could help. The girl can't find a single reason why he goes on this hunt, because it does more harm than good. She just wants to look at him and cry, but she holds on and continues to stroke his head, as if nothing bothers her. The only thing that makes her happy is that he even told her about it and warned her. But if she had found out about it at the very last moment, she definitely wouldn't have had time to do anything. If only the guy knew how hard she has to try to protect him from everything bad. But he doesn't even realize it. He talks about hunting and doesn't even think about how it feels for her to hear something like that. It will never be clear to her how a person who suffers from spirits all his life can calmly go hunting, that the suffering after this increases tenfold, and that after returning home, there will be many more spirits. They will visit him more often, but he still goes into that forest, destroys everyone in his path, and he must be saved by the one he disobeys and ignores, somehow unfair and wrong. In fact, there is only one reason why he is not completely honest with her, and accordingly cannot show any feelings. The guy does not forget for a second whose daughter she is, and thinks that if he tells about himself, something that no one should know about him, she will immediately run to her father and betray her husband. And also at the beginning, he even had suspicions that she was brought to the castle to keep an eye on him. So he especially does not show his weaknesses, even after everything she has done for him. The guy himself doesn't know what needs to happen for him to start trusting her, at least a little. He treats her well, but he won't be completely sincere very soon. For her part, she can't do anything. She just needs to wait and believe that sooner or later, he will stop doubting her. In fact, somewhere deep down, he really wants to start trusting her, to treat her like his best friend. Roderick thought about it a lot, but so far he is not ready. So they remained silent for a very long time and did not notice how they stopped noticing the presence of each of them. Looking at the situation from the outside and their tears rolling down their cheeks, one can conclude that they really want to get closer, but because of some beliefs, it just doesn't work out. Hailey saw his sad look, stroked his head again, and said only one phrase: "As long as they are together, everything will be fine, and no obstacles are scary to them." He immediately wanted to say the same thing. They just looked into each other's eyes, and it was better than any words. They understood each other literally in an instant. And after that, she began to close his eyes, asked him to relax as much as possible and not think about anything else. Although she knows how hard it is, she says that she wants to direct some energy at him, which will help restore inner harmony. And as we know, there is never too much of it. Hailey didn't think she would feel so good touching him. She doesn't take him in her hands for a second and feels that he doesn't mind either. Even though he didn't tell her anything, didn't express himself, he really felt better. Apparently her powers are helping, and she's doing it for a reason. They should go out into this forest together more often. It will bring a lot of benefits, much more than it might seem. A few days later, the king is already in his office. He has a will with all his assistants, and of course, the first thing everyone is interested to know is whether he will hold a hunting tournament this year, as promised. He says that everything is still in effect. Naturally, he is not going to cancel anything, and it is very good that Hailey did not hear this. Then they started asking him how he feels. The boy took the question a little the wrong way and thought that someone saw him as weak. The Duke, the Queen's father, explained that he, as a loyal servant, simply wanted to express his concern and did not mean anything bad. Although there is nothing special in this situation, no matter what that person said, every word he said irritates the king very much. If that very question had been asked by someone else, he would not have even paid attention to it and answered calmly. But like that, he could not restrain himself. It was almost impossible. He really doesn't like to see his wife's features in this man. It's just awful. He has to look at him less. And then the king asked Jade to give him some documents. He is so irritated that he wants to make a small gift to his dear relatives. This already sounds a little alarming. And most likely he didn't come up with anything good. This is very clearly visible from his gaze, which he doesn't even hide. He only thinks about releasing his anger, and as quickly as possible, it is so unpleasant for him to be in the presence of the Duke. And then he puts these documents next to the Duke, asks him to admire the anonymous complaint, which talks about the difference between the real income from his possessions and the taxes that he presents to him. He suggests conducting some investigation. He is too curious about it, and the Duke at that moment is simply silent. He simply has nothing to say. Finally, he said that he would ask for something once and would not repeat it again. He needed him to stop ruining the Queen's reputation with his antics and appearing in this office without a good reason. This time he did not hide that he was tired of seeing him and hinted that someone should have returned home a long time ago and preferably not return for the next few weeks at least. He had already turned a blind eye so much. Now no one would be able to take advantage of his patience, especially the Duke, who always didn't care about other people. After that, with a smile on his face, he said that if he saw him here again, their meeting would not end so peacefully. Then he simply went about his business, and the Duke turned red. He never liked to be disgraced in front of everyone, and especially so openly. He felt like a little kid who was scolded for bad grades after an evening meeting of parents at school. The man doesn't like this. He thought that he would take a very advantageous position if he became friends with the royal family, but he hasn't been able to do anything for so long, and it's very bad for him. Although, why did he even think that this was possible? He's just wasting his time here, and he could take care of his own problems and not interfere with his family. He hasn't been welcome here for a long time. The evening came. Today, the couple decided to stay in one room. The girl began to carve wooden figures, and Roderick was resting. He didn't want anything else. Most of the time, he lay with his eyes open, although she didn't see it, and if she had known, she probably would have talked to him about something. At some point, the assistant even started to laugh a little at the situation. Again, it turns out that first the gentleman yelled and disgraced Duncan Sr., and then calmly went to lie in bed in the same room with Duncan Jr. The guy had already rested. He got out of bed and was surprised that she was still cutting something, as if she had nothing else to do. Not only does she put her power into these bracelets, but she also draws special symbols on them that improve and increase the benefits. He is already starting to dislike that she is so busy and doesn't even pay any attention to him. At the same time, he can't last because she does it for him. In the end, literally half an hour passed and she had already finished everything. The husband finally waited for his Hailey and they asked her to join him on the bed. The maid realized that now they needed to be left alone, realized that the other assistants were just there to spy, and took everything into her own hands. The girl noticed that after that incident in the forest, the king came to sleep in her room every free minute and didn't even ask if she was against it or not. The thing is that this room is the calmest and safest place in the castle. Besides the forest, he knows that he can get a good night's sleep here, so she doesn't kick him out, although sometimes she wants to be alone. It's already very late. It seems to her that Roderick is going to spend the night here, and she herself doesn't know what she thinks about it. She tried to dispel all these impure thoughts that filled her head in a matter of seconds, but nothing worked. They appear again and again and do not give her peace. She can't even calmly look at him while he is on her bed. Finally, he left there, and here, he came to her. And here comes the most interesting part. He takes her by the hands, starts to pull her towards the bed, and after she already had not the brightest thoughts, after this, she even more does not know what to expect from him and why he is doing this. She resists, all blushed, to which he says that if she is uncomfortable, he can sleep on the couch and she should calmly lie down on the bed and finally rest. It's impossible for him to watch her constantly doing something, trying, and he not. That's the only problem. She immediately felt somehow uncomfortable driving away a person who had finally found a suitable place to sleep. She could, in principle, also sleep on the couch, and now she doesn't know what to do. And finally, she made the right decision. She didn't hesitate. She said that if he was comfortable there, then he could be sick next to her, and they would sleep together in the same bed. The girl can't afford to leave him on the couch. She knows for herself that it's not that comfortable there, but for him, it's very important. Naturally, no one refused. It was as if he was waiting for this offer and immediately agreed. Turning in her direction, he even joked how good it was that he didn't have a heartless wife, that she didn't care about him, and that she always thought about more than just herself, although he was the complete opposite. After that, he did not close his eyes and did not fall asleep. Thoughts appeared in his head that he could no longer control. He suddenly approaches her, asks her not to be afraid, and says that he has a proposal that he has been thinking about too often lately, but decided to speak about only now. Roderick asks her if she knows what grown-ups do when they sleep in the same bed, and she certainly didn't expect that. It seems to him that it is probably time for them to do this too. They are, after all, husband and wife, who should have gotten to know each other better long ago. He expected screams, hysteria, resistance from her, but she calmly lies in one place, a little embarrassed and, in general, even reacted calmly to it. I'm very curious what will come of this, whether he will be able to persuade her, although it is possible that she herself is not against it and perhaps has been waiting for this proposal for a long time. Just in case she started to remain silent for too long, he said it was a joke, and she very quickly replied that it was not usually a joke. He says that if she is against it, she can just refuse and he will not insist. But here's the thing, that she has wanted to try this for a long time, but is a little embarrassed about her body because she has never done anything like this. She is not even reassured by the fact that this is her husband and no one will judge her for it. Although usually in such moments, it is not worth thinking about the opinions of others at all. The main thing is what she wants. It's very difficult for her to say that she agrees. And while she is still silent, it seemed to him that I just need to prepare myself mentally, and it may take some time. Very suddenly, the king starts to remember one of his wife's favorites, because of whom she jumped into the water, refusing to marry Roderick. It seems that this is exactly the information that Hailey has been trying to find out all this time. And the most interesting thing is that that very favorite, Sir Lawrence, will be at the hunting tournament, which she has already managed to find out about. If only the guy knew that it's not what he thinks it is, everything would be much better. The problem is that she's just afraid to talk about some things, and because of this, he's already imagined all sorts of things that have nothing to do with this matter. In the end, there was nothing between them. The next day, he came to his office in the morning and began to find out information about Lawrence. He had heard this name before. The guy is a famous swordsman of the kingdom. No wonder he has a lot of fans. Before his engagement to Hailey, he didn't pay much attention to him, but now for some reason he thinks about him too often. The king thinks he might want to reread the biography he commissioned before his wedding to get to know his future wife better. After a while, he calls Jade and another assistant to him and tells him that he read the dossier about Hailey that they compiled for him again, but there is not a single truthful word in it, and he does not quite understand why this is so. For example, it is written that she is interested in wood carving and has strange tastes, at the very least, and also that she loves sweets. As far as he knows, she eats almost only grass. Her diet is like a bird's, and if they turn out to be even a little salty, Hailey refuses to eat and leaves. Compared to what he saw and verified personally, there is nothing truthful in this report, and he does not understand how it is possible to work so terribly. He orders a new investigation and a new report. The deadline is before the end of the hunting season. It turned out that this report was prepared by a new assistant, and Jade made a mistake by not checking his work until the end. He also told them that his wife had gone to the lake again and asked them to follow her until she left. He repeated several times that it was very important, and if something happened to her, they would be personally responsible for it. A few days later, Hailey is as usual near her favorite lake. She really likes this place and is here almost every day. This place seems to be made for her. She would like to be here from morning till night, although she tries to come here more often. She really likes the way the wind blows away the flower petals, and their scent is something wonderful that you can't enjoy enough. Naturally, it couldn't be done without that ghost. He again crept up on her unnoticed. Because of this, she almost rolled down and miraculously stayed in place. It turns out she's been looking for him all week, so she asks why he didn't show up earlier, to which he replies that he's very hard to find and easy to lose, and he advises her to remember that. She told him that this was not an answer to her question at all, and after that, the ghost asked how he could help her, if, of course, he even had such a desire. The ghost could have figured it all out himself, but she still explained that she wanted to ask him to accompany the king during the hunting tournament. It was dangerous for him to leave the castle grounds. You never know what could happen to him there. She herself could not go with him, and the only option was him. As usual, he smiled, and instead of agreeing, he began asking what she could give him in return. Hailey was ready for this, so she said that he could ask for anything, just so that it would be without risk to her life and possible injuries. He again asked a strange question. Isn't she ready to give her life for her beloved? And here she is, already starting to run out of patience. She doesn't understand what love has to do with it, and why they can't have a normal conversation, because he himself knows how important it is for her, and now is not the time for jokes. It's strange that after he demanded something in return, he says that now he doesn't need anything from her. And then a second later, he changes his mind and acts as if he already knows what to ask for in return for his help. At first, the girl thought she was just hearing things, but he seriously suggested that they start dating, although everyone has known for a long time that she has a husband. She didn't quite understand how he could even think about it and talk about it out loud. It was too much. She lost her power of speech in that very second. Hailey doesn't know how to react to this at all. He also started to be so persistent, started to talk about his good qualities, and from that moment, she felt somehow uneasy. It was no longer funny. The ghost starts telling how good they will be together, how she will be able to combine marriage with her husband and walks with him. It sounds terrible. She doesn't even know where he gets so much strength to endure all this. He says that the relationship is something more amazing than she imagines. He says this to the girl who got married and is ready to risk her life for her husband. Then he said that dating a ghost is much more profitable than dating a regular person. Hailey even wondered if he was really talking about this, or if it was just her imagination that had finally gone crazy. He asked her not to think about anything except her desires, to enjoy life while she has the opportunity, and here she already wanted to hit him with all her strength so that he would no longer dare to even think about it. Now it's clear why he came to her so often and smiled for no reason, even when they weren't talking. In the end, she says that such conditions do not suit her. The ghost accepted her decision and said that then she will not receive help from him. He even said at the end that when making a deal with a ghost, you need to take into account that it never happens that everything is easy. You almost always have to give up something very valuable or do something you don't want to. Right after that, everything started all over again. He asked her to carefully consider his proposal, to realize that without him, her life would not be as colorful as it could be, and that in general, he was almost her salvation. It all sounded too funny. She didn't even think about it. She just let it all pass her by and held back from laughing. The situation is too critical. The ghost won't help her, which means that something terrible awaits her ahead. She is simply afraid to feel again what she felt the last time when she saved her husband. She is lucky that during this time, she has accumulated some strength, but it is still very little. She begins to get frustrated with the fact that no matter how hard she tries, some problems still arise. And the most offensive thing is that the king himself creates them. It's strange that after they couldn't agree on anything, the ghost is still here, as if he hopes that she will change her mind about the hopelessness and start dating him. She felt disgusted just by his voice. She couldn't even imagine that he was so disgusting, that she doesn't even want to look him in the eye. At the same time, she's afraid of making him angry. The main thing is that he doesn't want to harm her and doesn't get offended. Otherwise, problems will surround her everywhere, and she simply won't be able to stand it. Meanwhile, he said that he would definitely come back when she was ready for this conversation, and finally disappeared. Hailey is completely empty inside. She just wants to fall through the ground to get rid of all these problems, or at least have the ability to forbid her husband something. Everything would be fine if it weren't for that hunt that drives him crazy, and which he's really looking forward to. There is very little time left before the tournament. We need to speed up with amulets and talismans. Although they do not solve the problem completely, without them, it will be more difficult. As luck would have it, her head started spinning, but she doesn't care about it anymore, so much that she doesn't even have the strength to think about it. So much has fallen on her that she wants to give up everything, but it is impossible. The picture before her eyes is blurring, and she no longer knows whether it is from hunger or there is some other reason for it. And at some point, she loses consciousness, falls with such a beautiful view, and it's even hard to say whether it's bad or not, because she personally doesn't care about anything anymore. She is lying among the flowers, and if she were still conscious, she would continue to be nervous. But this way, she can at least relax for a while. Naturally, after some time they found out about this. Everyone started looking for her around the area. And when they found her unconscious, her husband almost went crazy. He didn't even feel sorry for her. He screamed so loudly throughout the house that it seemed she would have heard him in any state, even unconscious. But he still doesn't understand that she was much more nervous than he was, so much so that her body simply couldn't handle it. Again, he only thinks about himself and didn't bother to figure out the reason, although she wouldn't have told him anything anyway. The girl doesn't even react to him. She's already tired of wasting her energy. She thought it would be better to remain silent than to explain to him something that he won't understand anyway. A doctor even came to them. He said that it was just dizziness, but he was even more worried about it than about why she left alone again, and his assistants didn't follow her again. He starts to get angry that he got so excited, and she laughs as if it was some kind of joke, and she did it on purpose. If you look from the outside at all the time they've been together, then this situation can't be compared with how much she worried and feared for him. So to speak, he doesn't even have the right to be angry with her. This is a very common occurrence that could have happened at any other time, especially considering how little she eats. For some reason, he doesn't remember those times when she cried and asked him not to go hunting. He didn't care about that, and now she doesn't care about his experiences. It seems that Hailey has already resigned herself to her fate, that she no longer tries to do more than she is asked. But it is not yet the hunting season. It is unlikely that she will hold on like this when she has to see him off. He has two mixed feelings for her. She didn't even notice how she took his hand, how she addressed him by name for the first time, and in general, she doesn't care anymore how she looks from the outside. Hailey has no idea how to protect him from all the bad things, and how to explain that he will suffer later and will make things worse not only for himself, but for both of them. The further it goes, the more she fears for him and doesn't even want to imagine what will happen to her if she realizes that she is powerless. She just can't stand it if she looks at him when he's feeling bad and realizes that this is all she can do for him. How can he not understand this? But in order for everything to be good and for her to be calm, he just needs to refuse what could be dangerous. And also, you can notice that every time they have to take care of her, the guy constantly gets embarrassed, as if he likes it. Even now, he thought, she seemed very attractive to him when she was so powerless that he had to be constantly near her. On the one hand, he doesn't like wasting his time that could be spent usefully, but on the other hand, he feels very comfortable with her. Meanwhile, Hailey took the opportunity. She started asking if he was really going to go hunting and hinting to cancel the event. It's hard to even imagine what she could offer him instead, so that he would agree and change his mind about going there. The king immediately realized that she was trying to dissuade him, but he didn't even realize how important it was and how not as easy as he thought. He says that nothing can be undone and reminds that while he is not here, the rules regarding water are still in effect. She should not go close to the lake and touch the water for a long time. After that, she couldn't say anything. She probably hoped that he would say that if she wanted, he wouldn't go, but he didn't say anything like that. And then a question came out, after which it seemed to him that he had misheard. She asked if his arm were to break, would the tournament be canceled? And he looked at her with such eyes as if he didn't quite understand why she was interested in this. Why did you suggest canceling the idea with the arm and breaking his leg? Because it would be more reliable. Then he definitely won't be able to go hunting for the next year, and maybe even longer. He wondered if she was personally going to break something for him. This made him laugh even more, although it seemed that this was no longer a joke. She even suggested asking Jade, because he would be stronger and she would hardly be able to break even his finger. The king says that she hasn't joked like that before, and he doesn't really like where their conversation is heading. In fact, everything is much simpler than it seems to her. You can make her persistently ask him to go hunting with her, hinting that she wants to see that guy with whom her husband recently began to be jealous. Then he will definitely stay here and will not allow them to see each other. And so she has to suffer in thoughts about how to stop him, although the solution is much closer than it seems to her. She no longer hides that she doesn't want to talk to him, doesn't want to see him, doesn't want to strain herself, and has every right to do so. She is already exhausted in every sense of the word, and so much so that everyone only notices it when something serious happens, like today when she lost consciousness. The king starts to get very angry that she doesn't notice him. He even specially lies down with her to get at least some kind of reaction from her. Since this method didn't work, he had to come up with something else that she usually always responded to. He takes her by the hair, starts to sort through it in his hand, and this is his last idea. If it doesn't work, he will just lie there until she talks to him herself. Roderick looks at her out of the corner of his eye, and she lies there as if there is no one nearby. She just took her hair and decided to properly teach him his rights for everything that she suffered so much about. But this is just the beginning. It will be interesting to see how he will react if she does not run after him, follow him, listens to him, is in her room and allows him to suffer as it was before they met. Then he will definitely understand what a huge role she plays in his life, and that sometimes he still needs to listen to her, even if it seems that she is saying some strange things. And now she couldn't hold back, but only to say that if he didn't leave her alone, she would lie down on the sofa and stop noticing him for the rest of the day. He did the same as she did, ignored these words as if she hadn't said anything. There was no one between them. And meanwhile, the more she ignores him, the more he wants to figure her out as a person. This is what attracts him madly to her, although everything is much more serious than he can imagine. It's not just a game of who can ignore who the longest, but she's not going to discuss it with him because he'll never understand her anyway. As soon as she shows him even a little respect and interest, he will immediately start to distance himself and will not get better. It turns out that the more attention she shows him, the more distant he acts and the less she thinks, the more he is drawn to her. At least she already found out at least this, but it is still not enough. She needs to find out some of his weak points, how she can manipulate him, but only for his own good. Hailey has been silent for a long time and does this on purpose. Suddenly, he gets so used to her that he can't go hunting for the whole day, simply because he can't feel comfortable without her. Although it's very unlikely, usually this didn't stop him. And since they would have to lie on the same bed for a very long time, he moved closer and pretended that there was too little room for him on the edge. The king seriously wondered since when he started caring about her so much. There are a lot of documents in the office, and he is here. He chose her, and this already means something. Even the doctor said that there is nothing serious about it, just temporary weakness. But he still does not abandon her and will be there until I get better. Out of the blue, the girl starts laughing. She tries not to show it, but he still hears everything. He even felt a little offended. He is with her with all his heart, and she finds it funny. She's probably just tired of being silent, and she already sees something funny in everything, even in things where there isn't any. And then he tells her that no matter how hard she tries, she still can't be offended and angry. It seems to him that she is simply not the kind of person who knows how to do this. She's never been good at pretending. He can always see what's on her mind, but if that were really the case, he would have understood long ago what's really bothering her. The guy very rarely notices when something is bothering her, and mistakenly thinks that he knows her very well. Now he is no longer embarrassed to touch her face, but usually she did it. Hailey does not understand what came over him. Usually he was rarely so gentle, but now he just doesn't seem like himself, even too much. At first it embarrassed her, but now she even likes it. And so they finally touched on this topic. The king asked why she was always so drawn to the lake, because there was nothing special there. The girl is really there every day and several times, and he couldn't help but ask about it. Even some services have been interested in this for a long time and ask him the same question. Naturally, she will never admit to him that the problem is in him, so she replied that she just feels calm there, and she really likes places similar to that place by the lake. She explained that there was no reason for this, especially since he couldn't help but agree that it was much better and more pleasant to be there than to sit in a room all day long. The girl asked why he was interested in this. He replied that she was his wife and he was interested in knowing everything about her, and he said it in a way he had never said before. And he hugged me so tenderly that I wanted to dissolve in these embraces and for it to last as long as possible. Lately, they have noticeably become much closer to each other. This is noticeable both in their looks and in their conversations, even in the sincerity with which they communicate lately and hide almost nothing. Previously, they acted as if they were not husband and wife, but some acquaintances who had nothing in common. But they were forced to live in the same house. But now everything is completely different. Hailey is no longer embarrassed by him. She doesn't even mind spending the night together in the same bed. And he, although he will never admit it, can no longer last half a day without her. What can we say if he chooses to be with her instead of doing business? At first, each of them thought that this relationship would soon end, that over time everything would only get worse. But on the contrary, everything only became better, stronger, and warmer. This is exactly what she wanted from the very beginning. She likes to feel that he cares about her. He is ready to do a lot for her, even though everything is far from ideal, but it is better than it was initially. At least they are not standing in one place and are getting closer to each other every day. The queen reads that even if she has to pay a big price for it someday, thanks to Roderick, she experienced something new for herself. She is ready to give anything, if only everything would be good for them. What is the fact that she feels bad only when he will soon feel bad? She literally depends on his mood and worries even more than he does. This is the real love that they feel inside, but words have not yet been exchanged. At that moment, they remembered that situation when he forgave her to become for him not only a pillow, well, and a blanket. Hailey now says that she doesn't mind becoming for him anything. For the first time, she felt so comfortable around him. She had already forgotten that she was offended by him, that she didn't want to talk to him. I was able to relax, hugged him back, shed tears, and thought that let it be as it will be. There is no point in being sad about something that cannot be changed. If she is destined to suffer, then she is ready to do it. If only it would be easier for him. Meanwhile, the king lies with his wife and cannot even imagine how lucky he is with her. And in the meantime, time flew by very quickly, and the day of the hunting tournament arrived, which she feared and did not want most of all. This time, the event was organized on a grand scale. Tents, carts with luggage and more. Everything as it should be. There are also a lot of people. She is all on edge since the morning, which cannot be said about her husband. He prepared so responsibly that he even woke up a few hours before dawn. He promised people that they would remember this day for a long time. And so far, everything is going according to plan. It's just a pity that because of all this, he didn't even have time to see Hailey. This is a long-awaited day for everyone. Everyone is happy. But she feels terrible, and all she can do is not show it to others. As hard as it sounds, she wants him to take the last place and destroy as few animals as possible so that she doesn't have to spend a lot of time healing him later. In the Queen, you have to be distracted by other people. Look less in his direction, but it is almost impossible. She needs to know how he feels, what time it all starts, how strong his rivals are, and more. And now the moment has finally come to give him 3 small but magical scarves, into which she has put her whole soul, if only he would be credited with as few sins as possible, which he is about to commit. She wanted to take all of them that she managed to make, but her assistant talked her out of it, and now the girl regrets that she listened to her. Meanwhile, the guy is focused. He is already on his horse. He looks around and suddenly his mood deteriorates sharply. He saw the same guy that he is jealous of his wife for. At the very least, he wants to defeat him and prove to himself that at least in something he is better than him. He has a lot of fans, most of them came to support him, and as for the rest, they have much less support. Meanwhile, the girl had already gone outside. She started looking for her husband in the crowd, and surprisingly, she found him very quickly. And he saw her among other people and laughed again, that it was probably very hard for her to live with such a short stature, which spoiled her mood even more. Here she has already taken out her scarves, wants to give them to him, but is a little embarrassed. Suddenly he will refuse and think that it is something useless. He looked at it strangely, but it was exactly like that until the moment when she explained that it was against evil spirits, and with these scarves he would have to suffer less later. Therefore, he should take them and hide them under his clothes so as not to lose any of them. She made him a surprise again, which he did not expect, although he had previously called these scarves strange, not guessing why she made them. He felt ashamed, pleased, awkward at the same time. His face even turned a little red. But the girl was already used to it and didn't even pay attention. Naturally, he thanked me for this, but he doesn't quite understand where he hides them. His pockets are already full and there isn't a single free space. In any case, he is obliged to take them with him, and he understands this perfectly well, Hailey. It is true that there were no problems with this, but still, this is only the beginning. This is where her possibilities end. Now everything depends only on him, and she is simply preparing to accept him and those spirits, accumulating strength and patience, which has long been running out. Roderick even asked her at the end what he should bring her from the hunt, to which she said that she didn't need anything. She wasn't interested in such things, and if he didn't bring anything, it would be the best gift. They started talking for so long that the rest were waiting for the king, who couldn't get down to business. He didn't even notice how she distracted him. He apologized to the people and asked her to step aside. The girl said a few nice words to him, wished him all the best, although it won't help, but at least he was pleased to hear it. She's already done everything she could. Now she needs to step aside and let him do what he's been preparing for so long. Hailey can't even imagine how much you have to love this hobby to risk your life and suffer every time for a few minutes of pleasure, although she wouldn't even call it pleasure. And then at the most inopportune moment, when that guy with blonde hair was closer, she had memories from the life of the real Hailey, and tears began to appear, although nothing bad had even happened. She starts crying so hard that the king noticed it, came back to her, and started worrying about what had happened to her. It's just amazing, he wouldn't have done that before. But now he paused the tournament again to calm her down and make sure she was okay. The girl doesn't understand anything. She just keeps silent and feels even more guilty, because now he might have problems. She took too much of his time, and now she doesn't know how to apologize for it unexpectedly. But he reacts normally and doesn't even seem upset that everything turned out this way. People started to admire this relationship. And as it turned out, this tournament lasts for several days, and all this time he would not be at home. The queen found out about this only now, and now does not know how to come to terms with it. At the same time, she doesn't want to show other people that it will be very hard for her without him for so long, and that she worries about him when he is a small child, although they will never understand why she really reacts like that. The situation is complicated. It is impossible to foresee anything. Although most likely, since she has already resigned herself and is letting him go to the tournament, then probably nothing is canceled. It all depends on what the king decides and whether people get tired of waiting for him to say goodbye to the queen. Hailey apologizes for distracting him, said that he needs to go, to which he replied that there is no need to blame himself in any case. He could have ignored her, but he chose to calm her down, and this is his choice. These were exactly the words she really wanted to hear from him. He took the responsibility off her like a real man. Finally, he kissed her lightly and finally calmed her down. Although she could not even imagine that he would not leave her in such a state and would spend his precious time on this. It was incredibly nice. She fell in love with him even more after that, and in fact, she even felt a little calmer. The guy is glad that he was able to do something. It is clear that she is in first place for him, as it should be in a good relationship. Finally, he kissed her again and promised that he would return safe and sound, and also asked her not to worry and to do only what brings her pleasure. He really wants her not to spend these few days in panic, and for this time to pass as pleasantly as possible for each of them. He promised that he would miss you, and if he could come back sooner, he would definitely come as soon as possible. It was the best, sweetest, and most romantic moment they had ever known each other. Roderick even said that it was not at all to distract people's attention, but then that he himself wanted it. And then the moment came when they finally had to say goodbye. She wished him all the best and promised that she would try not to be sad, as he asked. It was a little difficult to watch him go into the deep forest with wild animals and spirits, but during this time the girl became stronger and was still able to overcome her fear. She calmly let him go, although she thought it would be much more difficult. And in the meantime, they had already reached the middle of the forest, but since it quickly got dark outside, they did not move further, lit a fire, and began to warm up as best they could. Some of them have already gone on such trips, so they know how to communicate with fire and survive in such difficult conditions. Less than half an hour later, the king started picking on this guy. He talks to him directly, but he asks Jade, "Should we destroy someone whose hair color was too different from everyone else?" Everyone immediately understood who it was about, but thought that it was just a fit of madness, although the guy was completely conscious. Roderick laughed and said that it was all not serious, just thinking out loud. But if Lawrence was afraid, he advised him to leave here. The assistant, as luck would have it, began to teach the master of life that it is wrong to hate a person all his life just because in the past he had some kind of relationship with his current wife. And anyway, now Lawrence doesn't interfere with their relationship. He just lives his life, and it's not his fault that they all sometimes have to cross paths. The assistant knows the king very well. He decided to appease him and gave him some food. Usually this helps and makes him kinder. And in order for Roderick to finally calm down, Jade reminded him that, in fact, Sir Lawrence broke up with Hailey on his own initiative, and therefore he is unlikely to have any feelings for her now. Instead of calming down and talking about something else, the guy starts thinking about why the girl didn't dump him herself, because it turns out that she would be dating him now if Lawrence hadn't dumped her. The king believes that appearance, character, origin, from any angle you look at it, Hailey seems 100 times better to him than this man. And this is not surprising. The guy could not think otherwise, because this is his enemy. At least it seems to him. That's it for today. Roderick is so irritated by the presence of that man that he's been gossiping about him for over an hour and saying that just because he became a knight at an early age doesn't mean he's cool, and the assistant laughs a lot about it because it looks like they're 10 years old and can't decide who's going to get the prettiest girl in the class. Here Jay didn't think a bit and said something unnecessary, namely that the gentleman himself said that Lawrence is the best swordsman in the country and he has a great future, and in terms of ball control, he is better than any of them. This was not what Roderick expected to hear from him as support, and surprisingly, he hardly reacted to it at all. And then it started. As soon as they discussed Lawrence, the king switched to his personal relationship with Hailey. He said that she seemed to be hiding something from him, but at the same time, in fact, he sees that everything is absolutely the opposite. She is honest with him, like with no one else. Jade doesn't know what to answer to this anymore. He doesn't understand these matters at all and is afraid to give advice or say something wrong. Most of the knights they came here with have long since been on vacation, and these two can't solve something that doesn't even need to be solved, because there is no problem in fact. Unexpectedly for each of them, the king decides that he will no longer hunt. One deer is enough for him and asks that from now on the assistant do everything for him. It is important to him that they bring with them the most, and especially more than Lawrence and Duke Duncan. These two cannot be allowed to do better, even by one position. There is no choice, Jade agreed. The guy has no idea how he will do it, because they were supposed to hunt together. And then this happens. The gentleman does not look like himself. Roderick relaxed. He continues to think about Hailey, for example, what she is doing now and whether she thinks about him as often as he does. At dawn the next day, although the girl promised herself that she would do her own thing, she got up at dawn as usual. I collected everything I needed, lit a candle, and started burning some pieces of paper with special symbols over it. The ghost is not at all surprised that she can't do nothing. It all looks strange, and he didn't even ask what she was doing and what was the point. But that's not all. The main part has only just begun. It begins to speak if a person of noble origin, possessing enormous power, descends to earth, then wherever he is, whatever he does, nothing sinister would dare to harm him. Everything went so easily and unnoticed that this time Hailey didn't even strain herself, although usually it took a lot of effort. Immediately after that, she started working on her to-do list. It's not long, but each task takes time, and each of them is about equally important. First thing, go to His Majesty's bedroom. Second, try to talk to the strange spirit again. Third, drive out the evil spirits from the palace. Fourth, finish reading Hailey's diary. And fifth, the most unpleasant, study the history of Cayenne. It was the 5th day of the hunting competition. Some had already gotten used to the environment, to the conditions, and some were dreaming of returning back as soon as possible. Roderick is the one who rests the most. He does almost nothing, and if the girl only knew about it, she would be the happiest in the world. Probably if he tells her that he almost didn't destroy anyone and made this decision himself, she simply won't believe him. And also, they periodically change the location so that nothing gets boring and you can admire new views every day. For example, today they stopped near the lake and thought, why they didn't come here earlier and spent several days in not the most beautiful places. Everyone was sitting quietly, relaxing, when someone noticed that a squirrel had fallen into their trap. But it was so beautiful that someone wanted to let it go. She just wanted to eat. She wouldn't take too much, and she was probably looking for something for her little kids. So the majority still voted to give her freedom. And then the idea came up to return home with her. But people don't even imagine that perhaps he really does have a family, children, and with such a decision, they will only destroy the family. It was too cruel a decision, but for now, Roderick hasn't said anything about it. It's as if he doesn't care about her fate, and he's not going to waste his time on it. Jade thinks that even though they didn't come here for the best of reasons, squirrels weren't part of their plans, and she probably needs help. The king came closer to her. He rarely saw such small animals, but there was not a drop of warmth on his face, which would indicate that he felt sorry for her. In the end, unfortunately, he decides to ask his assistant to make a cage for her, which means he wants to take her with him. Their views immediately diverged. A small conflict arose because it would be easy for them to let her go, and by taking her with them, they would only ruin the life of a harmless animal. The king wants to take this animal to the queen as a present. It seems to him that all girls love such little animals, although the girl would probably be happier if he left this squirrel in the forest, in her house. It's a pity that it's impossible to find out if she has any children or relatives, although even if she were alone, she would probably want to stay here. It's very simple. He really wants to see a smile on her face. Maybe he will see it, but he won't get it in the best way. Several days have passed since then. The girl does not waste time. She reads Hailey's diary. It is written there that Lawrence is trying in every possible way to console her. He tells her not to be upset and to look at the situation from the other side, like he will definitely become a royal knight and they will see each other sometimes. Hailey knew that this would never happen. She didn't believe his words because it all sounded too fantastic. The girl doesn't even know how Hailey didn't become an evil spirit, because her resentment is too deep and her life really wasn't easy. She even had thoughts that maybe Hailey's soul was still somewhere here. And if that was the case, then the girl really wanted to help her find peace. So she wrote down the 6th point, to go to the river in which Hailey tried to drown. Then she remembers that the tournament is ending soon, and she hasn't really read anything yet. She needs to hurry, but because of the emotions of the past Hailey, she constantly feels sick while reading, and it becomes not as easy as it could be. In the middle, what money is written that around September her father is going to do something terrible. Hailey tried to dissuade him, although she knew that he would not even listen to her. There is nothing pleasant in this diary, only complaints about his life and terrible stories. It is only interesting to find out what terrible thing the Duke was going to do, but in the memories, as usual, there is nothing like that. And in the diary, there is too little detailed information. From the records, you can see that Hailey often tried to understand her father, to establish a relationship with him, but nothing worked. He was always cruel to her, and for no reason. It has long been clear that the girl was a kind person. She was just unlucky with her parents. The ghost even wondered what is worse, parents who abandon their child or parents who treat him cruelly. Both options are terrible, but very often it happens that this is exactly what happens in families. It is hard to find a family where everything is perfect. Unfortunately, this is reality. Even in the girl's past life, nothing was different. She suffered from terrible parents in the same way, tried to somehow influence this, but it was all in vain. She understands Hailey very well, and that's probably why she wants to know more about her. But in the last part of the diary, about a month before her death, nothing is written there. Perhaps during this period, she began to plan everything. In any case, it is very difficult to say anything. She has no memories, no evidence. We can only guess, as usual. It's a bit strange, but the girl remembers Hailey's childhood very well, even too well. But her later years are completely blurred, although usually everything is the other way around. Meanwhile, things are going very well at the tournament. Thanks to Jade, they have beaten Lorenz and Duncan, and for the first time in a long time, the king is in a great mood, and the assistant is also very happy about this, although he is so tired that he does not even have the strength to keep his eyes open. He worked for 2. He really hopes that he will receive some kind of reward for this, but he himself does not say anything about it and does not even hint. And also, it was impossible not to notice that during the tournament, the king was not tormented by fits of madness at all. He splashed out his emotions a little differently, and thanks to this, everything went well. This time he didn't take part in the tournament at all. He was calm as never before. It seemed to Jade that his things were already better. They were already calmly driving back, when suddenly the squirrel starts to get nervous, asks everyone to duck, and she herself starts to protect her new owners, although they don't know it yet. At first, the king did not understand anything, but his assistant looked around more often and noticed a huge snake. He thought to deal with it himself, but the squirrel did everything faster. She threw a spear at it, thereby saving the lives of some of them. The snake turned out to be poisonous, and it is very good that this act did not go unnoticed. Roderick learned at the very last moment that a drop of snake venom can destroy several people, and instantly, the squirrel immediately became happy. She was very happy to be useful. She even cried a little, because now they will treat her much better. Then they went on anyway, and even called the squirrel a protector, and it turns out that if the king had not decided to take her with him, they would hardly have been able to escape from the snake. The assistant changed, that he insisted on leaving her in the forest. Although this is a situation where everyone was right, but in their own way and no one should apologize. They are driving calmly, tired, not thinking about anything, when suddenly the king looks closely and sees a silhouette that immediately seems too familiar. In the distance, he saw his beloved, Hailey. He immediately recognized her by her pink hair, and literally a second later, he was hundreds of meters away from the place where he saw her. It was as if he had moved in space. He wanted to see her so quickly and so much. It was incredible speed. He didn't run so fast even from dangerous animals at the last tournament. The girl also noticed him, smiled. She shed tears because she couldn't believe that he was okay, and so okay that he could move so quickly. His reaction showed how much he missed her. Although the guy never personally told her what she meant to him, now the girl had to understand everything. The king took her in his arms and began to smile, as if they had not seen each other for several years, and now the opportunity to meet had arisen. Hailey is incredibly happy that he returned safely. She worried in vain, and he hasn't yet shown the surprise he prepared along the way. Of course, it's much more important to be close, but he wanted to show her that squirrel so much that it was also very important. They, as usual, are simply silent, but at the same time, they are experiencing so many emotions inside that it cannot even be described in words. And now he shows her this squirrel. She is a little unhappy that she became someone's gift. No one even asked her personal opinion. Hailey immediately said that this little animal is used to living in nature, and it probably won't be very comfortable for him to change his home. The girl was a little upset. She had the same opinion as the king's assistant. But on the other hand, she had to somehow be happy out of politeness, even though it was very difficult. Surprisingly, the squirrel was very sweet and gentle with her, although she constantly jumped on the others along the way and was unhappy with everything. Literally a couple of minutes passed. She was already very happy with this gift. Roderick saw sincere emotions and finally calmed down. He was worried that he had brought this squirrel in vain. He really didn't want to take it back, if anything. But now he won't have to do that. At some point, Hailey felt dark energy. She suspected something and just in case asked, "Did the king accidentally or perhaps someone else destroy one of the forest dwellers? For example, a snake?" The guy said that everything was like that. They were just defending themselves and didn't want to do it on purpose. Hailey was upset. She reminded that she asked them not to do this because snakes also count. But on the other hand, if they hadn't done this, no one would be sitting in front of her alive now. She didn't take this point into account and immediately began to blame everyone around her, as if it would have been better if the snake had remained alive. On the one hand, she doesn't really like snakes either. She would probably do the same. But on the other hand, now she has a few more things to do. Meanwhile, it seemed strange to her that the snake was destroyed. But she did not notice any effect on the king. They simply did not explain to her that it was destroyed by a squirrel, and Roderick did not even touch it. I wonder how she'll react when she finds out he's only killed one animal in so many days, when he probably thinks there are more than a dozen. Meanwhile, when everyone had already gone to their rooms, Hailey also thought about taking a rest, but Jade came to her, probably wants to say something important. It turns out he just wanted to clarify why she didn't finish her breakfast and whether to throw it out. The king lies on the bed, opens his eyes and thinks why he is here, because he was just sitting in his office and doing business, and now it's as if he teleported and found himself in another time. He never understood what happened. Maybe he just dreamed that he was doing something and nothing unusual actually happened. Hailey was already here. She knew that she needed to be with him more often in the near future. Was it possible? When would his madness return, and when would he need her help too? In the end, she persuaded him to move to her room. He would be better there. And if anything happened, no spirits would torment him here for sure. The guy felt that something strange was happening to him. He even felt the air differently, and some damn voice inside him disappeared, which was with him even sometimes when everything was more or less normal. He feels like he's going a little crazy, but at the same time, he has no idea what happened to cause such changes. He didn't even do anything bad on purpose. He didn't take part in anything at the tournament, and in the end, things didn't get much better. Unexpectedly, when he starts demanding that she be with him more often again. Although before, they had only agreed that it would be once a day. And here he can't live without her anymore. Asked her to always be there, although Hailey is not against it in principle. As usual, they couldn't talk about anything else except his problem. Hailey shared what she had planned for the near future. She wants to do something to rid him of all these problems once and for all. This requires a lot of time, a lot of effort. This is exactly what she is doing now. The girl is forced to warn him that if he needs help, she will not be able to give her best. And if there is an opportunity, she will ask doctors for help, especially considering the fact that lately madness has been bothering him less and less. This only plays into their hands. Due to this, she has already accumulated some energy in herself, left hope that she will be able to roll it to the end as much as necessary and everything will go according to plan. Roderick takes her hand and confesses how much calmer he feels when they are together and nothing bothers them. He didn't just say that, he wants even more intimacy. The guy says so, he wants to kiss, if of course she's ready for it. The girl immediately began to dissuade him from this idea. Found excuses, to which she said that it was a joke. But with her behavior, she hurt him a little, because when he says this seriously, he will be offended to receive such an answer. So that her husband wouldn't get too upset, Hailey kissed him lightly on the cheek and thought that for now this should be enough. She couldn't give him anything more for now. Roderick didn't understand at first what had just happened. He had already resigned himself to the fact that nothing would happen, and then this happened. Only Hailey couldn't even think that by doing this, she only awakened his desire to continue in the same spirit and do what he had dreamed of for so long. The girl is afraid to misunderstand him. She asked to talk about it directly, although she understands perfectly well what is being discussed. If before he was pretty good at holding back, now that he's gotten used to her, he's developed feelings. After she kissed him herself, he doesn't want to stop anymore. He ran his hand over her lips so tenderly, whispered how beautiful she was, repeated how much he wanted it. And the girl didn't even answer anything. She just closed her eyes and trusted him completely without starting to ruin everything, as usual. She really liked that he showed such initiative, although she herself would never have decided to do something like that. Here they finally gave free rein to their desires. She grabbed him so tightly that even if he wanted, he would not be able to get away from her. Breathing quickens. The heart jumps out. Goosebumps run through the body. Some crazy sensations. And this is still the kissing stage when everything is just beginning. At some point, he even asked to hold his hands very tightly because they themselves were reaching out to where she had not yet allowed touching. He is afraid to do too much, to which she replied that it is time to throw out of your head all the rules, boundaries, prohibitions, and everything else that will prevent you from enjoying this moment. And also, right now he wanted to know if his wife regretted marrying him. But there is one problem. It is very difficult for her to talk and discuss such topics now because her head is already completely switched off. She just wants to look into his eyes, be silent, feel the warmth of his body, and for it to last as long as possible. As long as possible. The guy stopped asking, started doing everything on his own initiative, kissed her so hard that she felt his strength and asked him to squeeze her tighter. This is very different from how they kissed a couple of minutes ago. Roderick starts to hurry, and she understands that there is no way back. Today they will become so close that each subsequent day will end or begin approximately the same as now. The king was very sorry that this happened only now, after so much time, although perhaps it was even for the best. As you know, the longer a person waits for something, the more he dreams of something, the more pleasant it is to receive and enjoy the gift. He can't wait to take off all her clothes to see what she looks like without them, to look at her red face, to listen to how hard she breathes, and most importantly, he wants to continue when she asks him to stop. Roderick didn't notice how very quickly she became special to him. Even now he thinks more, not about his desires, but about how Hailey gets as much pleasure as possible. He became so attached to her that he was even more interested in her mood than his own. It was such a wonderful moment, but the king knows how to ruin everything. He starts asking what she had with Lawrence. At least they could have talked at any other time. No matter what he thought about it, the girl immediately said that this person no longer exists in her life. Since she is now next to him, this means that she loves only him, and she does not need anyone else. It seemed like everything had just begun. All that was left was to take off her clothes, but he said that first she should forget Lawrence and suggested discussing their relationship when she felt a little better. The girl didn't quite understand what it meant because she hadn't thought about that guy anyway, and now she was even a little upset. He put her in an awkward position, and she didn't even know how to explain everything. He is very much mistaken, and then that her soul is somehow heavy, that she has not let go of her past. It even sounds funny. Does the fact that she married him mean nothing to him? If the girl loved another, she would not be interested in any money, and even more so, she would not be forced to marry another. In the end, they just lay on the bed for a while, talked about nothing, and Hailey is sad because everything should have been different. He started it all himself and stopped it all himself. But for some reason, he is not even upset. She feels much worse about it than he does. So they lay there until the night. Hailey couldn't sleep, but her husband was resting as if nothing had happened. Absolutely nothing bothered him. Not only is the day already ruined, but some demon is starting to creep through the window. And it's a good thing she noticed him right away. She starts to get out of his arms. It's literally a matter of seconds, but lying on the bed, nothing will work. Here she already managed to get out. She wasn't afraid. She came right up to this demon. He was almost in the room and she wouldn't let him pass. Moreover, the girl even looked out the window. She talked to this spirit and said what it was, after which he didn't even try to get further. It looked good. It's just a pity that I had to spend my energy on it, and it's harder to accumulate it than to use it. She doesn't feel sorry for anything for her husband. It would be good if this somehow influenced their relationship, and all that she experienced recently, literally a couple of hours ago, didn't happen. The situation was so terrible that she doesn't even want to remember it. For the first time, she trusted, agreed, wasn't afraid, and it only got worse. This very ordinary spirit took all her energy. She doesn't even have the strength to return to bed. But one thing is important to her, that her husband doesn't see it. In the end, she decided to give him the opportunity to sleep peacefully, like a normal person, because in the morning and the whole next day, she would not be able to do this for him, and all because of this spirit. The girl will guard the room all night, will not let any bad energy near him, and this is her final decision. Meanwhile, the little ghost wakes up. He felt that something was happening and not in vain. Hailey had already planned something. The ghost saw her doing something with the amulets that she hid all this behind the painting. The situation is very dangerous. The guy can wake up at any moment and see what is hiding here. The problem is that if she removes even a couple of amulets, the protective barrier will immediately collapse and all her efforts will be in vain. It is not yet clear why she does this. If there are no amulets, the spirits will penetrate here immediately and in huge groups. Does she really want to summon the spirit of the snake that has been bothering her all this time? You just need to take into account one thing. The hatred of the ghost of the snake is accumulating and becoming stronger, and you need to be prepared for this. As soon as she saw this snake in front of her, she thought that she probably got carried away and shouldn't have made such a dangerous decision so quickly, but it was already too late. The snake starts flying all over the room, trying to get closer to Roderick, and Hailey can barely keep up with it. She even starts talking to her. All this creates a loud noise, which means her husband can wake up. The girl remembers her special bracelet. She focuses on it, and it seems that while she is doing this, the snake is no longer so agile. Hailey feels calmer. She begins to control the situation. But at the same time, she has not yet done anything particularly important. The ghost thought that he didn't need to stand aside. He decided to help the mistress, but she hadn't figured out how exactly yet. And meanwhile, the more the girl sees this snake in front of her, the worse she feels. She has never seen anything more disgusting in her life. It was just awful. She clearly got carried away, although usually everything she does ends in success. She sees the little ghost start to fight the snake and can't believe her eyes. The snake is huge and the ghost is even smaller than her eye. It looks a little funny, but at the same time she felt support, which made her feel somehow nice and warm inside. Anyway, since he decided to help her, it means that she can't sit still. The little ghost won't stop. Leaving him alone is not the best idea. Now she simply has no choice. Hailey begins to use the firebow technique, which should help destroy the enemy literally with thoughts. She concentrated on this as best she could, used her power to the maximum, and she doesn't even feel sorry for it. As the girl already said, for the sake of the king, she is ready to do anything, especially since this snake did not give her any peace. If she had to fight with it a few more times or see it again, she simply would not survive it. Therefore, now there is no choice. It is necessary to destroy it once and for all. And now everything seems to have worked out for her, even faster than she thought. But she still doesn't plan to relax. The snake may appear again, but it is already winding itself up because there is nothing left of the spirit. She clearly didn't plan to do this. The evening and night passed too unplanned, but at least she did something useful and can be proud of herself. Finally, you can calmly lie down on the bed. The little ghost is also tired. He fell on the floor and it doesn't even bother him. He could have returned to his little house, but he lay on the floor until the morning, and before anyone saw him, he managed to hide in time. In fact, the guy woke up much earlier than the girl noticed, and he just lay motionless for some time, and now he started to move. The girl noticed this and asked to take her foot off her. It was so heavy that it was pressing all night, as if some huge stone. Roderick noticed that she looked strange. Her complexion was too pale, so he asked how she slept. You never know. Maybe she had a nightmare. Firstly, it's not surprising that she looks like that. He was pushing her out of bed all night, throwing his legs up, and that's not even taking into account the fact that the king still doesn't know something. The first thing the guy thought was that the reason for her bad mood was because they had interrupted some process yesterday, so he decided to apologize. But she interrupted him and asked if she could ask one question. She wants to get just one promise from him, that he will never destroy snakes again. Firstly, he did not do it, and the snake itself latched onto him. But still, it was hard for her. Because of this, that night was just terrible. The king asks what he should do in the event that he has to destroy someone. For example, at the next tournament, to which she says that, in fact, there is such an expression. To achieve a goal using the forces of others, And if he did not know about this, then she is happy to inform. Moreover, he has an assistant who can handle any task perfectly well. And she doesn't know yet that this is how it was at the tournament. Jae did everything himself. The guy saw her for the first time in a bad mood, so irritated, it made him laugh a little. But that's not what he really wanted to show her. He's sorry that this night went terribly. He didn't want it to turn out this way and doesn't even know what to do about it now. How to fix everything. In any case, she doesn't have the strength to quarrel with him. After what she's been through, now she won't leave her room for the whole day and maybe tomorrow too. Because she doesn't really talk to him, he starts to think that he's done something wrong. That's partly true, but it's not as serious as it seems to him. So during the reign of Ryan Blake, the kingdom of China canceled its centenary of its foundation as a sign of eternal harmony and peace. Noble houses such as Mellon, Russell, and Duncan were accepted into the royal family. All this was in a letter addressed to the future kings, and at the end the goal of their family was mentioned, which is to protect it from the influence of these three families. This is the main topic of the meeting that the king held as soon as he woke up and came to his senses a little. Also, he decided to discuss how many achievements each had regarding that very tournament. This is a great opportunity to humiliate the Duke. The king reminded that he had done half as much as his knights and that this was a terrible result and not at all what was expected of him. Despite everything that has been said about him, he still continues to ask for an audience with Her Majesty, the Queen, as if he does not understand that there is no point in talking about it anymore. He is so indignant, asks to give him at least a couple of minutes to speak, and they deliberately ignore him so that next time he simply does not come, although no one invites him anyway. He believes that no matter how much their opinions differ on state affairs, it is too much to deprive a parent of the right to see their child. And here the most interesting part begins. The king reminded that he had already asked him not to speak badly about the queen. Although there were no bad words, the tone of voice is also taken into account. The Duke hasn't yet realized who he's dealing with. He won't be able to manipulate these people as easily as he manipulated his daughter, and it's strange that he hasn't realized it yet. The king asks not to make him repeat the same thing. He did not deprive the Duke of any rights, and in the end asked him to stop complaining about everything at every meeting. No one likes it anymore, and even irritates him. They argued about it a little more. The Duke openly tests the king's patience. He is not afraid to talk to him in a way that even his personal assistant, who has been working with him for many years, cannot allow himself to talk to him. This man takes away all the good mood. It is impossible to talk to him normally about anything. He only has his own opinion, and finally, it all ended better. Now Roderick is free until the end of the day. The first thing he did was go to Hailey, and every time he looks at her, he never ceases to be amazed at how she managed to become the absolute opposite of her father. She is so beautiful, gentle, sweet, kind, and her father is not like that. He can't even imagine how she lived with him before, how she tolerated this man, but now he won't call that terrible man to ruin her life. The girl, as usual, starts carving something out of wood. That little squirrel is always with her, and also, she helps her in this matter quite well. The guy asked what she was doing. This time she didn't hide anything. She said that it would be something similar to the gift that she gave him before. It would also be a product, only much better quality and more beautiful. She remembers very well how important it was for him, how he didn't like those figures, or rather their appearance, which was too frightening. Roderick is glad that she always finds something to do, although if things were different, he still wouldn't force her. The king didn't even notice that unlike the way she spoke and acted this morning, now she was like a different person. Hailey smiles as if nothing happened. Perhaps she was able to let go of the situation, realize that there was no point in it, because everything had already been done anyway, and this was no reason to ruin her own day. As usual, he knows how to ruin the situation, calls it a hobby, a game, and she is already tired of repeating that these are not toys at all. This is a very serious activity, by the way. His well-being directly depends on it. She even scared him in response, said that she could stop doing this at any second. After all, these are games that you can do without and do something else. He immediately apologized, realized that he was wrong, laughed, although she was still offended by him. He always speaks first and thinks later, but it should be the other way around. After that, he started telling how the day went, told about her father, how he can't calm down and stop asking for an audience, knowing that it will never happen. Hailey isn't even surprised. The girl thought that the king doesn't even know half of this man, but already hates him. She lived with her father all her life, saw so much, heard so much, that she can't even find words to describe how much more she hates him than he does. Every day in childhood was hell for her, and a real one, from morning to night and for many years in a row. In the end, they quarreled again. The king pretended to be offended, although it was he who should apologize, but certainly not her. He said all sorts of things again, and now he's silent. He doesn't know how to fix everything, and Hailey doesn't have the patience to explain every time that. Before saying something, you need to think it over and use the right words and not the first thing that comes to mind. Since the girl had already gotten used to him a little, she took the situation into her own hands again, forgave him, although she wanted to talk a little. She likes it when he tries to apologize, becomes very soft, accommodating, and ready to do anything, just so that everything will be good again. For some reason, in those moments when she shows her kindness, he likes the girl the most. She attracts him with this, without even noticing it. Roderick doesn't know what to do with himself. He wants to be as close as possible, to touch her, and since they had already kissed, this time it was much easier for him to do it. He hardly thought. He immediately did what he wanted in the moment. She blushed and admitted that she was starting to like such surprises. Although the habit of getting angry still remains, inside she feels very happy, although on the outside everything looks completely the opposite, as if she is about to hit him. It was as if he read her mind and asked her from that moment on to say what she really thought, without making anything up. If she liked it, say what she liked. If not, then no. He wants to understand her soul, her heart. A lot of time has passed and it's probably time to get closer. It is clear that the girl is not ready for this conversation yet. She is too awkward. She can't even look him in the eyes right now. Hailey herself doesn't understand why she can't be sincere with him. He himself says that he is ready to move to a new stage of the relationship. She also wanted this for a very long time, but something still stops her. On the one hand, he would like more clarity in their relationship, but on the other hand, all these omissions add a touch of piquancy. The guy doesn't admit it, but he likes to quarrel with her first and then make up because monotony is too boring and can get boring over time. Even now, he constantly looks at her, tries to understand what she is thinking about, and he himself is interested in this. But if the girl did everything as he asks, nothing interesting would come of it. But for now, he himself does not understand this. Moreover, she needs much more time to get used to the new stage of the relationship than he does, and this is normal. During all this time, she doesn't really have time to say a single word to him. He is so interested in talking about the relationship that they have been talking about the same thing for half an hour. He just asked her to say what she really thinks, but he communicates with some hints and ambiguous words. The girl decided to pretend that she hadn't heard anything. She already wants to be alone, but he's not going anywhere and is clearly in no hurry to leave. Meanwhile, the assistant started preparing the report. Jade asks the new guy what he thinks about what they have already managed to find out. But this guy doesn't have a clear answer. Everything seems too strange to him. The more he investigates, the more questions arise. Jade understands him very well. He also tried to figure out this case, but everything somehow stands still. It seems to him that they have no other choice. He wants to turn to someone for help, but in such a way that the gentleman does not find out about it. Some guy knocks on the door. They let him in, and it turns out that this is a planned meeting precisely about the report, which they are having trouble with. Jade called the same guy that the queen had a relationship with before she met the king, and who Roderick is very jealous of her. Eventually, the king finds out that Lawrence read the dossier on the queen and asked to tell him not to meddle where he shouldn't if he values his life. Meanwhile, Jade did not deceive the master. He admitted that it was his idea and said that the master himself would understand why he decided so. According to him, the report is more detailed than the previous one, and not specified. They conducted a detailed study and also expanded the search area. But the problem is that this dossier doesn't have any significant differences from the previous one, and they haven't figured out what the reason is yet. The queen's tutor, the servants and cook from the duke's estate, even a childhood friend with whom they had long since lost contact, all of these people gave detailed answers to their questions. The information exactly matches what was in the previous report. The only thing that does not match is the queen herself. Sir Lawrence was even surprised that they doubted the veracity of the information, but despite this, the king still believed that it was not necessary to call him. And then the king decided to ask his assistant just one question. What does he think? The girl from the report and his wife, are they the same person? Or are they two different people? And this is already interesting. Can the guy really guess what's what? And he was not even afraid to say this thought out loud. The most interesting part begins, since the king has thought about it. He will want to check everything, and now it is not even clear what to expect next, what his actions will be, and whether he really suspected his wife of something. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting quietly on the shore of the lake. That same ghost emerges from it and scares her so much that she almost loses consciousness. It took her some time to calm down, and the worst thing is that the assistants who were standing nearby saw it. After the last time they constantly control her and do not allow her to come here alone, this is the maximum distance she managed to persuade them to. And then the ghost starts to manipulate. He says that he will specifically talk in a whisper so that she comes closer to him. Otherwise, he won't even stay here. The girl didn't have time to answer him as he began to emerge from the water, even splashed a little on her, as if on purpose. In fact, it was she who called him, and she did it on purpose in case he changed his mind and could help without any conditions. She has a hard time believing it, but still, there is no choice. No one is stopping her from asking him about it. The ghost says that he knows perfectly well why she called him and thought that they had already closed the topic. These words immediately upset her. He even insists on leaving this matter alone, not complicating his life, to which she asks not to throw around such words because her husband's life depends on it. The ghost starts asking some strange questions. How sorry she is for the king. It even sounds strange, although it is quite expected from his side. He doesn't care what happens in that relationship. He's only interested in her becoming his girlfriend. For this, he is even ready to help this guy, again dictated his conditions. I hope that suddenly, this time, she will not be so categorical. And then the worst part begins. He starts to pry into what is none of his business, asking how far they have already gone with their husband, in terms of whether there was anything more between them than just a kiss. She immediately threw a stone at him, said that it was none of his business, and in general, how dare he even think about it? And did he really expect her to answer these questions as if nothing had happened? The smile on his face did not disappear, and at the end he immediately said to her, "You're holding up well so far? Keep up the good work." Hailey didn't quite understand what it meant, to continue what, to beg him for help, or to watch her husband suffer. But that's not quite what she's going to do, and she says that if he refuses to help, then they have nothing more to talk about. He disappeared in the same second, after which the assistants approached her, and so unexpectedly that she would not have noticed them if they themselves had not said so. It turns out that they simply noticed in advance that the king was approaching, decided to pretend that they were watching his wife very closely, and were next to her at the distance that they had agreed upon with him. Hailey didn't notice him either, when suddenly he starts shouting at the whole street. Was it necessary to choose this particular place where it is most dangerous for her? She wanted to answer that while she doesn't know the reason why she shouldn't come here, nothing stops her from being here, especially since it's possible that he came up with it all himself. The king could not restrain himself and said that if she wanted him to fill this entire lake with earth, then let him continue to walk here and further, although he assumed that this would require about 3 years of company, no less. Now the guy is a little nervous. He is seriously worried about her. He does not control what he says to her at this moment, and this is the whole problem. She perceives it as something bad, but it is nothing more than concern, and no one except him will worry about her so much. Maybe it's his own fault that he doesn't tell her the reasons why there's something wrong with this lake, because he himself wouldn't believe the words without confirmation. And then it starts. The king decided to have some fun and offers her to sing some song, which means he will stay with her for some time again and will not let her sit quietly in silence. She explained that it wasn't really her thing, and if he wanted to sing so much, then why not do it himself? He clearly wouldn't get it from her. Roderick replied that he had never sung and was not going to even try, so as not to embarrass himself, especially in front of her. Hailey says she's in the same situation. She won't even try so as not to ruin anyone's mood. He felt very sorry. The guy wanted to hear her sing, but she is as stubborn as he is and nothing can be done about it. She sits calmly in her place, not even nervous, although she was usually afraid to refuse him and tried never to do it. It seems that he is starting to approach her again, and at some point, her suspicions are confirmed. The king takes her by the hair, sorts through it in his hands, and asks if she would kiss him by chance today, because supposedly by doing so, she would make his day much better. She called the request an abuse of her royal powers, but laughed as if she wasn't going to refuse him. The girl kissed him with pleasure, even though she herself had not even thought about it and did not want to. All the assistants immediately turned in the other direction, so as not to interfere in their personal space. But she didn't expect one thing, that he would do it very aggressively, as if they were kissing for the last time, and no one else would have such an opportunity. He immediately felt a little awkward. Roderick didn't think he would do such a thing to her, although looking to the side, he didn't see a single bad emotion in her. He had another idea to do something they hadn't done for a long time. Or rather, it had only happened once in the time they had known each other. Hailey supported this idea. She was very hungry and found herself on the street that she did not want to leave him anywhere. And at that moment, she remembers something very unpleasant. She still hasn't completed the item she planned for today and most likely won't find time for it. It's not clear why, but she asks where he plans to sleep today, as if it would affect something, and she urgently needed to know. He says that he was planning to stay in her room, but if it's not possible, then so be it. He'll go to his room. Suddenly, she has a brilliant idea to combine business with pleasure. The first item on her list is to inspect His Majesty's bedroom, so she suggested that she come to him and they spend the night together in his room. The king couldn't even dream of this before. He has no idea why she suddenly wanted this, and of course, he didn't even think of refusing. The girl already knew that he would agree, so she didn't even really wait for an answer. Everything was too obvious and clear even before she asked him about it. Even the assistants were delighted. They perceived this situation as a historic day for the kingdom, which everyone had been waiting for so long. Before finally agreeing on this, he decided to clarify a few things just in case, namely, the guy didn't even have time to finish speaking. She immediately said that he understood her correctly. They would just change the room, and it didn't mean anything special. Each of them got into a bad mood. Hers because he had imagined something incomprehensible. His because she had said something at first. He had misunderstood her, and in the end, he had gotten upset. But he had thought that this was exactly what he had thought. In any case, since the ghost husband refused to help her, it means that she will have to do everything herself. The first point, explore Roderick's room. To begin with, he himself went into his room to change clothes. She had already prepared everything necessary. He would like to go in directly, hiding behind amulets, but that won't work. The girl already imagines what awaits her there. How many spirits are there? And as soon as she starts thinking that they can already attack the king, she almost loses consciousness. She comes closer and closer. She feels that she will not see anything good there. But since the king is already there, she will have to go in too, especially since she herself asked for it. Hailey opened the door and saw that the whole room was in a fog. There were so many spirits here that she immediately wanted to go back. It looks so awful and feels even worse. It's impossible to believe that a guy can stand in the middle of a room and feel completely at ease. This is the dirtiest room in this sense, but she was prepared for it and came fully armed. Nothing has changed here since the last time she was here, that it is not even entirely clear what new she wants to see here, because nothing new has appeared. Everything is the same as it was. There are enough evil spirits here, and the worst thing is that there are only more and more of them. It all depends on the mood in which their owner comes. For example, today, the guy is in a great mood. Thanks to this, there are no more of them. And meanwhile, Hailey can't even imagine how she can stay here for the night. Unlike her husband, she sees all these creatures, and it seems even more difficult than if she didn't see them. Roderick stands quietly to the side. He doesn't see anything here. He just doesn't imagine that they are far from alone here. He can only slightly feel that there is some dark energy here, and even then, not always, sometimes. Here he is already asking if she found anything interesting, and she doesn't even know what to answer him. So she said that everything is exactly as she imagined. Everything is terrible. And then he grabs her by the waist, takes her in his arms, and asks what he should put here so that she would come to him more often. The girl asks what he's doing. Well, he's silent and just falls on the bed with her and laughs as if it's just a game. The guy says that since she's already looked at everything here, only the bed is left, and hints that it will be more interesting here. Supposedly, he has something to show her here. It will be something that will make her stop paying attention to everyone around her, and even evil spirits will fade into the background. Hailey, without thinking twice, pushed him away with a pillow, reminding him that they didn't come here for this, especially since he himself had clarified everything and knew that nothing like that would happen. She is even grateful to him for this, because now there is an excuse why she ignored him and began to look further into the room. And then she notices those very figurines that she gave him some time ago. They don't look the same as before, but some effect from them still remains. Even though the atmosphere here is too depressing, the girl holds on with all her might. She concentrates only on what she needs, although it is extremely difficult. She saw how deteriorated the figurines were and said that their appearance was an indication of how hard his nights had been here. The more scratches, dirt, dark areas there are on them, the more ghosts and spirits there were here. Initially, she thought that these figures would last at least a few years, but she was wrong. Everything is much more serious. Hailey asks if he has committed any big sins in his life, because it seems to her that he is hiding something like that from her and does not want to tell her. The most obvious explanation for this whole situation with spirits, a grave sin for which a person must be punished from above, or maybe all the negative karma of this country for the last 500 years simply fell on the king. He clearly doesn't really want to talk about it. It's not the most pleasant topic for him, but in any case, sooner or later, we'll have to discuss it, and more than once. He himself admitted that this is a very difficult question for him. He is not ready to tell everything he can and really hopes for her understanding. Roderick turned the situation into a joke again, asked why she was asking about this. Does she really not like bad boys who have problems with the past? Hailey laughed and said that she is not a gift either, and then asked not to jump to another topic. It was very funny for him to talk about it, and in the meantime, it became clear that the girl would not find out the answer to her question anytime soon. You can't fool Hailey, she's very persistent, so she continued asking leading questions so that he would get used to this topic and finally tell her what he was hiding from her. To make him feel better, she started telling him about herself, how she had been angry at one person for a long time, and in everything bad that happened in her life, she blamed him. Gradually, all the people around her began to be hated, but even if she understood in her mind that that person probably had reasons for his actions, she didn't care. She just wanted him to know how bad she felt. She thinks that this is probably very childish, but that's how it was. When the girl stopped and became silent, the guy became interested in this story and asked what happened next. She continued and said that it was funny, but one day she suddenly felt sorry for people, everyone in a row, and then she realized that there are so many people suffering in this world, and she is not the only one. This resentment and pity were so strong that they did not give her peace. Every day, pity was replaced by hatred and vice versa. Hailey did not understand that the longer she did this, the more painful it stopped. She is sure that she was too stupid, but she believes that you need to be able to deal with your emotions on your own, and if you take them out on others, there is a risk of earning bad karma. Otherwise, you can run into evil spirits, but His Majesty does not look like a person who has difficulty controlling himself. His case is special, and he is lucky that he will not have to cope with this alone. He has a wife, Hailey, who supports him and will help him in everything. At some point, the girl thought that she had been chatting too much. It seemed to her that the night was just affecting her. She apologized for tiring him with her boring stories because she herself doesn't really like that. Although in reality, everything is not quite as she thinks. He really liked that she seemed to have just opened her heart. This feeling quickly disappeared, but it seems to him that his wife showed him another of herself, which she had carefully hidden until now. She felt a little awkward that all she did was talk and didn't let him add a single word, so she asked him to say at least something. He gives her these figures and suggests that they come up with some names. They have nothing else to do anyway. Because he pretended so much and so often that he was not delighted with these figures, that the girl could not even imagine that he would offer her to come up with some names. Unexpectedly, but she decided to name one of the figures after herself. She wants to call it Hailey, but it is not yet clear about the other one. He joked again that he and this figurine were a bit similar. They had some common facial features, but it was nothing more than a joke, and finally she learned to understand it and was not even very upset. In that case, since this piece of wood is named after her, the king will not be able to do anything bad with it now. He will never throw it away, even if it breaks and does not bring me any benefit. And all because her name is Hailey, just like his beloved and the best wife in the world, who belongs only to him. The only thing the girl hasn't learned yet is that she doesn't know how to accept compliments. She immediately gets a sad expression on her face, although there is no reason for it. It turns out that she gets angry when he jokes about her, and gets angry just as much when he compliments her. Roderick again didn't understand what he said wrong. It seemed like he wanted to say something nice, but it turned out to be exactly the opposite. She even turned away from him and stopped talking. Then they lay down on the bed in silence and began to stare at one point, as if they had quarreled. This is what he really doesn't like about her. Her mood changes too quickly. Even then, nothing foreshadows trouble.